로맨틱 디너.
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome everyone to the very first ever PUBG Players Masters Americas here. My name is Cameron Davis and I'm joined by Gibson and Godspeed. We will be taking you through all of the games today. Now Gibson, you've been here for the PUBG's player cups so far. Can you give us a little bit of a taste of what we're going to be experiencing tonight, this weekend, of all these great games in third person?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it short, but it's just utility, utility, utility. It is king inside this game mode. Do not be surprised to see players packing the bags with it because it has a huge impact in the late game.
Right, now Godspeed as another veteran from the old school days of PUBG, where in some cases third person was the only option, but there was a lot of, you know, discussion around, are we going first person, are we going third person, how is comp going to be played out? How does this feel to kind of, in a way, come back to our roots?
Yeah, I mean, PUBG blew up as a TPP game. The rest of the scene in the competitive, or at least I shouldn't say the rest. A lot of people wanted to make it FPP. Obviously, we made that transition, but we have had TPP tournaments in the past. I mean, PGI 2018, you had a TPP section and an FPP section, right? So we got to see teams compete. And yeah, like Gibson was saying, it is going to be more about utility, and I don't know if it'll be as breakneck, but there's still going to be just as much action. There's going to be crashes. There's going to be a lot of sick kills. So it's just a different style of play, man. I'm excited because it's been so long since we've had really any TPP involved in our scene as far as competitive goes. So it should be a ride. Should be a fun ride.
Right. Well, so before we go into, we're going to have a lot of time to go through these discussions like this, but let's go into the format of how this weekend is going to work. It is going to be a best of 18, 6 games a day. This is the most standard format that we play here in competitive PUBG. If you're an old school player that is familiar with us, it's the same format. If you're a new viewer who is interested because of third person, whether you play third person yourself or you think that this maybe is a good way to sort of jump into PUBG Esports, we play 6 matches a day. Miramar, Tego, Rondo, Erangel. We like to end on Erangel because it is the OG. It's a different Erangel than the actual OG, but it is close enough that that's how we look at that. Now, let's go to the teams next. Let's see all the squads that are going to be entering the battlefield, the players and teams that got here. But first, prize pool, $20,000 for the whole weekend, $7,000 for first place. And listen, Godspeed, it's not the largest prize pool that we're going to be seeing in PUBG Esports this year, but still, that's a good chunk of change.
It is. It's a very healthy chunk of change, especially when you think about the fact that we just finished PAS, right? We do have the PGSs coming up. So the in-betweens for a lot of these teams, I mean, this is significant money, especially if you're placing towards the top, right? Once we taper off past 5th, you know, it does kind of dip down. But again, for a free event for people to open sign up, I mean,
right,
20 grand is a lot.
Yeah, and Gibson, Godspeed raises a very interesting, very astute point, right? You are not required to be a player that has competed in the first-person broadcasts to compete in these third-persons ones. However, if we go over to see the teams that are playing today, every single one of them is familiar. We've seen all of these players, even a few of the teams, a few of the rosters that might be new to us. I recognize every single player here. So Gibson, is there any team that you've seen while watching the Players Cup so far that we should keep our eyes out for that might be sort of flipping the balance of the teams that we expect to be at the top from what we know from the first person competitions?
Well, you know what? It's a good question because in the first week, a lot of the favorites qualified through to the grand finals, which led it to the second week needing the likes of Luminosity and Al Qudsi to have to step up. I think that it's not a crazy shout, but I think Luminosity are the team to watch going into this. You know, speaking to Gats, he was really, you know, positive about the TPP tournament, the opportunity to increase your earnings. You know, to him, it's a way to play competitive PUBG all year long, even if you don't qualify for the international FPP events. So I want to see if he can back up what he said, because if they do, this could be a good year for Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, and so many of these teams just barely missed out on qualifying to the global events. Rest in peace, Team Liquid. So it's good to see them and other teams around them have a chance to not so much sort of like reclaim that level, because like we know Al Qudsi are good, we know Team Liquid are good, we know Working in Silence and Luminosity, all these teams are good teams, but to have something to compete for in the interim between the major events in first person is also something good to sort of keep them fresh and keep them engaged. And as Godspeed said, even though with a third person perspective, utility is keying here, the gunplay is the same, the physics in the game are all the same, and so it's going to be interesting seeing this year play out further and further, seeing these teams get more experience both balancing third person and first person circuits, to see really how the two formats split, but also in what ways are they actually gonna stay sort of consistent. Godspeed, I don't know if you have any expectations for how third person is going to differ outside of what we know as the utility. You gotta molly those corners because you don't know if someone's gonna be hiding behind them or anything like that. But do you have any like predictions on how the meta could sort of diversify from first person?
Yeah, I mean, whether it's mauling corners or using smoke grenades and kind of, you know, using the third person to get information around that, but also just what you were saying, just the viability of a competition like this, a circuit like this, where people get to actually see how TPP plays out in competitive, right? Because we've seen it before in mobile, we've seen it in other avenues, but TPP is also one of the most popular game modes for PUBG period globally. I mean, most players still, do prefer in a casual sense TPP, and there's definitely room for it in competitive. So that's why I'm excited for the series as well.
Man, it's just I'm looking through all the teams that we have involved, and while some of them aren't ones that we've seen recently, when I say recently, I mean specifically in PAS. Like I think Typhon Gaming, they weren't there. What It Takes weren't there. But all of these teams are ones that I recognize, and I'm sure you two recognize as well for being involved. They've been trying to get into the PASs going into last year. They've been involved, and certainly within the scrims, the tier 1 scrims in the scene so far. But Team Crasito is one that I don't recognize the name, but the players I believe I recognize from being involved in the Latin American PUBG scene for a while so far. Gibson, is this a team that we should be looking out for? Is this a dark horse that we should keep our eyes on? Or is this another America's event, and so we really shouldn't waste time looking at anyone outside of Falcons, El Proyecto, Liquid, etc.?
You read my mind bringing Team Casito up, because Laucha on that team is so good, right? Like, same as you, I've seen him playing scrims, I've seen him playing qualifiers. I think Laucha is one of the reasons why they made this group, and he is a player that they can build around. They showed with consistency in the first day, at least last weekend, that they have what it takes to really mix amongst it. But you look at this lobby, like, this is as stacked as you're going to get for a grand finals lobby for the Masters. Falcons there, Liquid there, not to mention, we've got our new PAS champions in the lobby as well, and El Proyecto. So yes, Team Casito can give it a good go, but you've got, it's going to be a lot tougher lobby this week than it was last week for that qualifier, or at least the Players' Cup.
Yeah, and I'm going to stick on you for this next question as well, because you mentioned that Luminosity Gaming could be one of the teams to look at. And they certainly were a team that we all had our eyes kept on in PAS as well. Coming from what we understood as gas cans, though, there's a little bit of a roster mix up there, so it's not a direct one-to-one, but there were a team that from the North American angle were always sort of just about to break into the top dogs to go with the Falcons and the Liquid and then the previous rosters up there. Now Luminosity Gaming, you said that they're looking good. Gats was excited for this third-person event, this circuit, but looking back at how they got here in the Players' Cups, they did really good in Player Cup number 2. They won that thing. But in Player Cup number 1, they got 9th place, just missing out on the qualification coming from that cup into the Masters. Is that more about like them trying to get their feet sort of established under them, getting used to the format, getting used to how these games differ? Or is it more so the fact that it was just 8 games, the sample size is small, and we don't want to read too much further into it?
They got trolled hard in the last map, Cammy. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Like, they were 1 point off qualification. They won the final map of that day, and they needed 1 more point to qualify. And working in silence, one of their players denied in blue, while all the members of Luminosity were firing hellfire down on top of that player. So if it wasn't for denial, they wouldn't even have had to play last weekend. And let's not discount the fact that on the final day of PAS as well, Luminosity were the best team on that final day. They openly said they trolled 1 or 2 maps. Had they had 3 or 4 maps, they could have even been playing inside of the next few PGSs. So I think Luminosity cannot be discounted. And whenever they say they're taking this serious, 139,000 prize pool over the course of the year for TPP, Cammy, you're damn right they're taking this serious.
No, I'm sure they're taking it seriously, but Godspeed. I mean, come on. If you're saying, if the argument is they would have qualified if not for that 1 point denial, like that's a bit different of a discussion compared to, like they barely missed out on 8th place versus they got 1st place in Players' Cup number 2. Do you vibe with what I'm getting with? Like, do you think that's?
Yeah.
Do you think Gibson is legitimate with this?
No, he is. I mean, but here's the issue with that is when you start looking at a situation where you're like, man, if this person didn't deny, we're short 1 point, then you really have to start looking back at all your other games and looking where you made mistakes there as well. You can't always just pinpoint it on one thing. Obviously, the freshness of that 1 point denial, the last few games will be the thing that sticks out, but there's a lot of things that could have been fixed, I'm sure, in the other games that would have led to them qualifying. I mean, granted, they're here anyways, so it doesn't really matter, but yeah, those things also can be very tilting. Losing out on qualification because one person denies, it's a feeling that I am familiar with, and it doesn't feel good. Yeah, no, I'm sure. So
first map, we should be starting soon. It's going to be on Miramar. As we take a sort of macro lens on the maps that are in play here, terrain is a really, really important thing that we talk about even in first person.
Yes.
But does anything stick out to you, Gibson, from your experience in the Players' Cups, or even just the way that you analyze these games, of like a map that might favor third person more? Like, does the terrain in like the buildings in Rondo, does that have an advantage versus the desert terrain in Miramar? Is anything sort of sticking out like that, or is it kind of just the same as FPP?
100% the terrain has a huge impact in TPP, even more so than FPP. Like, as I said to Godspeed in the pregame, the big thing I noticed was holding a defensive position is way more powerful in TPP. You'll see teams holding the high ground and really making it impossible for teams to push up that hill, because you have full line of sight on everybody pushing up in the open. You don't even have an idea how difficult it is for that team that's on the low ground to push. So yeah, terrain, so important on this map. I think compounds in all the maps will be important, but I feel like Miramar has that impact way more than the other maps.
Yeah, 100% agreed.
Yeah. No, I mean, Miramar terrain is, I think, my favorite terrain. It's one of the best maps to sort of fight in, at least on the dirt side, right? But yeah, and I think inside compounds, there's really no challenge to the fact that if you're holding a building and you get the circle, you're going to be in an even more powerful position in third person, even compared to first person. But Godspeed, are there any tools that you think teams could utilize? Is there any advantage a team could have as an attacker, as a team approaching a compound, that you could try and squeeze out of third person? Is there any angle that you can take, or is it just sort of, oops, should have been there faster?
I mean, timing is a big thing, especially in third person, but like Gibson was saying, it does come down to utility usage, right? Smokes are going to be so much more important, even more so than they were in FPP. And then as far as map, Miramar for me, when you look at a lot of the ridge lines, especially when you're holding high ground, or just the waves that you fight in generally, when those endgame circles happen, I mean, that is a completely different ballgame when you're fighting that in TPP versus FPP, right? FPP, you do have to kind of put yourself out there more, risk with the peak. TPP, especially in some of those ridge pockets, and I'm thinking of some of those even around like El Pozo and even like Monty or Chumacera, like some of those ridge lines can be devastating if you're on the wrong side of it in TPP. So we'll have to see how the teams adapt, but I do think that utility will most likely be the one thing that will help carry those teams over the finish line when they are at a disadvantage.
Can I pick up on one thing there, Cammy, if that's okay?
Go ahead.
So see as well, when you spoke about smokes, I want to add another wrinkle to that. Watch the bunny hopping today inside of smokes. Pixel did it a lot inside of EU, and in NA it happens even more. So basically what players are doing is laying down a smoke, and because of TPP, you can jump inside the smoke, and you can see up over the top of it, but the players can't see through the middle. So the clever players will use that to feed information to their teams. They'll use to fire bullets through the smoke. So keep an eye on bunny hops inside smokes as well.
Not exactly what bunny hopping is. Sort of gentrifying the term for PUBG uses, but yes, the using the camera to peek over a smoke. That's I never would have put that together, because I am a washed up zero IQ gamer.
Well, hold on. We actually did see, I think it was Ibiza and Profi actually used that when we did run some of those TPP events. So I know exactly what he's talking about. Essentially, you just smoke yourself out and start jumping. It is a very effective way of catching line of sight of players. So yeah, definitely look for that as well. That's a good catch, Gibbs.
Now this might be a bit out there, so apologies if this is a ride that you weren't expected to go on with me. But when it comes to meta, obviously utility is good, but when it comes to gunplay, as you see, we are going to be starting in 1 minute, so don't you fans out there worry. The gameplay is going to be starting shortly. But in terms of gunplay, it's the same, but does the perspective change the meta a little bit? Specifically, will we see bolties be more powerful now? We see them, but DMRs have always been king for the past 6-7 years. Does that change? Do I get my one-tap headshot, flick, play, like FPS? Do I get that dream of headshots from bolties, Gibson? Is that something that we're seeing more of?
I wish that I could be like, hell yeah, we're going to see loads of it, but it is still the case of DMRs are king. You'll see a lot more SMGs, but if you wanted to talk about meta, and one thing to remember, the better players in TPP, remember that when you're fighting indoors, you still play FPP. You play third person perspective indoors, you're going to get slapped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially in long buildings. That's not TPP in those is just not a thing. I agree.
So plane is in the air. It's looking like a good plane path to start things out on Miramar. But I want to follow up with what you said, Gibson, about staying in first person in very specific scenarios. When I've explored third person recently, I don't know if this is just because the camera makes it look this way, but it does feel that I ADS slower playing third person than first person. So you almost have to be more strategic, not just in terms of playing utility, but also just in terms of setting up your engagements. You have to be sort of proactively prepared to start a fight. And so being in first person inside of a building, especially where the camera is going to get wonked up by the door frames, the walls and all that stuff, really does make perfect sense.
It really does. So I think that you picked up on too. It does feel. I don't know if you do take longer to ADS, but it certainly can feel like it when you're already looking over the shoulder in that third person perspective. But I think it's all about right position. Inside FPP all the way. Some players you'll see old habits die fast. But yeah, we got a hot drop already.
We do. I was going to stick around for a little bit, but I'm going to let you guys take care of this. It's Luminosity versus 55 over in Power Grid. Take it away.
Yeah, and then just to also add to that, Gibson, I mean, back in the day, there was the argument when you would do ADS, right? You would do hold versus toggle, as we see right here. A nice little, speaking of toggle, it looks like Snakes is just going to find Baki immediately. But yeah, a lot of pros ended up taking off toggle because it actually would cause like a very slight delay on ADS. And it's a very similar concept going from third person to first person. So yeah, I'm curious to see what the players are using now and how they feel about that ADS speed change as well when you're switching from TPP to FPP.
100%. You know, this is a gunfight that we've seen all the way through this year so far. 55 dropping on the spot, LG as well. LG got the better half of it. And I always like to talk about this, Godspeed. It's the aggression of the hot drop, right? You've always got one team that play a hot drop really defensively, and then you got a proactive one. It looked to me straight off the bat, LG were the ones that were ready to fight, and 55 played it way more passive.
Yeah, they were more than happy to challenge that warehouse, and sure enough, they were able to not only get one, they got two, and now 55 is going to have to back out. And then you kind of saw that difference, right? With H11, he was just standing, again, using that TPP angle to see if he was getting pushed, and he was able to back away. I mean, in FPP, that situation is going to be a lot more tricky, especially when you're stuck behind those crates.
Mm-hmm. Something as well that I think is worth picking up on, and I think for the viewers at home, it's worth keeping an eye on too. And it wasn't something that I really picked up on until I got speaking to a lot of the actual, you know, the TPP diehards, the people who only play this game, is a lot of the time, teams are going to lose solo players a lot more often. You'll see teams weaker going into the end circles. Like, it's very rare that you'll see a 4v4v4, you know, way less than you'd see in third person perspective. Just keep an eye tonight as well on teams losing individuals early, losing individuals on transition. I think for Mixtall, the Godspeed, the reason he's not taking any shots is they're already down to 2. You can't give up any more information than you already have.
Yeah, and if he's in a okay position for now, he could stay there until he needs to go down. But something else to note that we haven't talked about is driving. Driving is TPP. I mean, it's actually much easier to drive in TPP.
Yep.
Much easier. Like, I mean, worlds easier than it is in FPP. So that's something as well. Maybe we're going to have a lot less accidents. Maybe teams are going to be less inclined to run each other over, which happens in pro play all the time at the highest level, right? People accidentally hitting each other with cars. So it should be something to look out for as well. And yeah, driving is a much more pleasant experience, at least.
I always say it's not competitive PUBG until somebody runs over one of their teammates. But
yeah,
were you right? Did you get the same as me? Do you remember when we switched from TPP to FPP and you started driving and you were like, nah, I can't. You're just hitting every single tree. You're flipping the car way more often. It took, to me, one of the hardest things to learn in the game whenever we switched to FPP was driving. So seeing us go back to TPP for this event, I'm sure we'll get a lot more players getting driving privileges than we would normally see.
Yeah, I mean, for me, as far as just not even just professional, just playing the game, like driving in first person definitely took a little bit of time to get used to, but it wasn't something so stark. However, the ease of driving, obviously, yes, was much easier in regards to TPP. That being said, it does look like working in silence here. RBN just taking some pot shots here over at Toyo, just below this very advantageous prio compound. And this is actually a money spot. This is exactly the type of spot we were talking about when asked about, you know, what map is going to be really good for, goodness, no, Empire.
Come on, Adam. Come on, Adam. You got
all the vision in the world.
Yeah, here we go.
No!
Boom. I love that. Love that. Adam getting things off. Is it unfortunate, though, or is it fantastic by Empire?
It's fantastic for Empire. It is terrible for AK. But, I mean, that is the perfect example. Being able to completely hide using TPP, and then just, there was no counterplay to that, right? Because there's no way for you to know that that is set up on that road in TPP. So that, I mean, that was checkmate. Very well done by Empire and Adam.
And you know what? They sent me a jersey, and they did tell. I made a bet with them that if they win a couple of games tonight, I'll wear one at the end of the broadcast. So we'll keep an eye on that. But for the viewers at home, we also have a map feed available, and I'm keeping an eye on it right now. And you said that working in silence position is fantastic. They're playing a bit of a 2-2 split here. You know, a lot of teams have already made their way in. I think this is a zone, Godspeed, where the high ground is going to have an even bigger impact. The terrain's going to have twice the impact because of the way TPP works.
You're absolutely correct. And those teams that do have the high ground, again, it is going to be a challenge. And I want to see how a lot of the teams with the disadvantage coming in from the low ground, trying to go for a crash, even moving in on foot, because it is technically foot pushable up there. There are ridges that you can use, but again, I just want to see the adaptation from these players. Again, a lot of these people, you see Toyo, Benya, you see Alo, Team Liquid. These guys are used to FPP. They really don't spend too much time playing TPP, and now it's time for the adjustment. And I think there is definitely space for both FPP and TPP for now, especially as separate circuits. So again, I think this is a great idea, and I'm very excited for these Master Series and the Cups.
It means you can play PUBG all year round. You know, if you're competing in the FPP circuit, you're going to international events. Exactly. And it's more prize pool. It's more, you know, there's more of a reason for orgs to continue to back these teams. It's more chances for players to get salaries. Like, I am for anything that allows players to get more money. And I'm also for anything that will get players nicer kills. And Pipa almost doing the damage. Toyo, still one of my favorite teams to watch inside the Americas. But can we talk, you know, we spoke about that position about working in silence. Can we actually talk about how good they are?
Oh, that team is incredible. I remember when they first burst onto the scene last year as working in silence. I believe Technosh was on that team, if I'm not mistaken. And even then, as a brand new team, they were working on a lot. They showed a lot of promise. I'm pretty sure I was glazing them constantly, even when in games they hadn't done very well, just because I saw the vision of what they were trying to accomplish. Fast forward to this year, and they just absolutely shattered those expectations. I thought they would improve, but I didn't realize just how much better they were actually going to get. And so for me, working in silence is a money team to watch.
I think BL's like career progression and growth as a player is just a perfect, you know, graph of improvement upon improvement upon improvement. He's getting better every single time we see him. And I'm going to be honest, whenever we get round to PGS, he's one of the players that I want to see how he competes internationally the most, because I think that kid has got a huge future. I thought we said TPP driving was easier, Kraken. Like, what's that about?
Yeah, way to just completely ruin our point of how easy it really is.
Is the car stuck?
I think, yeah, it's a Murado, man. Those things are so long. Just any dip, you hit that wrong and you're stuck like a surfboard. It's terrible.
You know what I always say about the Murado?
Don't use it.
It's the best car in the game as long as you don't turn, you don't go off road, you don't try to handbrake, and you don't try to use it for rotating anywhere other than on a straight line.
It's awfully ironic that of all the maps the Murado was put on, it is exclusive to Miramar. But
yep.
You know, it is what it is. Still, it is a very fast car. Yeah, if you can take it on one of the main roads for those rotations, especially if you're wrapping on the east or west side, like it's gonna get you there so quick. And they're fairly durable too, which is nice.
Yeah, but more durable than some of the other cars have been added to the game recently. And speaking of the Murado, working in silence, spotting one going in the distance. They've still got the split. DL got knocked earlier, as we saw, but back on the feet, because you're never going to flush that one out. But you're seeing a lot of, you know, it's funny is that Kami's not casting this one just as we see a bunch of tires being popped. You know he's fuming about this. But we get ready for that next zone shift, and Godspeed.
Oh,
that's a vicious one right there.
That's a shift and a half if I've ever seen one. This one's going to pull all the way to the east, leaving still Picado in, which gives teams like Empire, as well as 55, potentially dangerous, and Falcons just in a very strong position. That split, though, I am curious how long they're going to hold that or whether they're going to consolidate. But something else that I just remembered I wanted to add before I forgot when we were talking about it is also just the new fan base, right? When a lot of people who generally play TPP casually or with friends, you know, they don't necessarily maybe want to watch FPP because or competitive because FPP. I mean, this is going to open up a lot of these teams to new fans because they now realizing that there is some competition in TPP, which I think is also healthy for the scene.
We saw it last week, like so many new people coming into the scene, interacting in chat, you know, honestly teaching us things as casters that we didn't even think about inside of TPP because they play it. Like, it is all about inclusivity, it's all about getting more people into the game, and I think if people just give it a chance and just enjoy it, they're going to have fun. Like, at the end of the day, it's more PUBG, it's a chance to see your favorite players in action, and I'm going to be honest, without those TPP veterans that are, you know, spotting things and then telling us it as casters, it's things like that that we're never going to learn if we were just watching it with a regular crew.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of nuances in FPP that people had to learn, right? And then it took time, and it's the same thing. I mean, people have been playing TPP forever, and so yeah, there's a lot of little tips and tricks, I'm sure, that I do not know at all that I'm looking forward to learning.
So we're about the 12-minute mark inside the game now, as we're about a minute and a half away from phase 2 closing on these teams. Luminosity rotating in on that north side. Toyo will rotate right through, working in silence now. Souls will just do some scouting. The first few shots will be fired from BL, but Toyo have got to be so careful about their next move as Souls got full information, and it looks like this collision path might just have been avoided by Toyo. Never mind, just as I speak about it, Ruben will draw first blood, and he gets that knock onto Capitan. That looked like it came from a long ways away.
Yeah, it did. It did indeed. And I'm even looking at a team like Bestia on the other side of this. I like their position. They've taken the high ground. And something I'm trying to pinpoint right now or just kind of analyze is the way that these rotations are working in TPP. And more importantly, Gibson, the placement of where these teams are going versus how they would have gone in any other regular rotation. So seeing Bestia take that high ground, seeing a team like EMP spread out maybe a little more than they normally would, right? Because you're able to gather so much more information than you would normally.
100%. And one of those great information gathering positions inside of both TPP and FPP, of course, is up on top of this church by Chuma, which is being picked up by Team K-Cito, who are getting so much information on the rest of the map now. Laucha played on this team last week, but I'm not seeing his name on the kill or the team list tonight. So, you know, maybe look a bit close. Maybe I'm missing something, but he was somebody I was looking forward to seeing. But let's jump back into this fight between Toyo and Working in Silence. Godspeed.
Yeah, and I just noticed how far away Benya has driven off to the side. I don't know what exactly he's doing, but right now it's just going to be Emmy and Pippa that are trying to hold down Working in Silence here. I think he's probably going for a very wide wrap. Yeah, it looks like he's trying to go for a wide wrap to not be seen and maybe get a different position, but we've finally had a circle shift again. And once again, it centers right on Falcons and 55.
It's funny because in a normal event, Falcons wouldn't really want centers compound, but I think in TPP, it might just work in their favor as Typhon go head to head with El Proyecto down the middle of the road. Bestia rotating through as well as everyone's just trying to find somewhere to find. Oh, and Tony is going to... Is that a petrol pump explosion taking down Gizera?
Yeah. Yeah, it actually is. Gizera's gone down to the gas station, the petrol station, if you will, exploding. As Typhon is just raining hell onto El Proyecto, but they will be fine for the time being. LG really have an opportunity to make a move here as Gladiator will go for a spray and he'll find Roth.
Yeah, point on the board for AKA, and that's an important point to gather for them because he's the solo player left alive, and it's all about picking up as many points as you can. But remember what I said earlier on about teams losing players earlier in the game inside of TPP. Like, you look at that, AKA down to 1, Working in Silence have lost 1, 55 are the same, Al-Qudsi at Team Liquid. Like, teams tend to lose stragglers way more often, and it makes these endgame scenarios so much more interesting when you don't have a team of 4 just waiting on everyone else to pick each other off. But look at what Luminosity are doing. I like this split, right? You got Vox securing a compound down south, a little closer to center. 3 players up to the north, Godspeed. Anything that shifts over towards the west or north, they're in a pretty good position for it.
Yeah, this is an incredibly strong position. 100%. Luminosity have done a good job of not only spreading out, but as you stated, staying relatively safe and making sure that their members don't get picked off. As Gladiator has also decided to just send it where he can as the last member of AKA. Will he find something? I'm not quite sure, as he's kind of getting lit up right here. Survive! Get to the shack! Get to the shack, please!
He's on the wrong side! He's on the wrong side!
Oh my
no!
god! There's no windows there, bro! Oh, that's so unfortunate.
That's fine. I mean, you know, you live and you learn. You drive to the other side, you might live to fight another day, but we have lost our first team. H11 using the ability to scout through those windows without revealing your head, something that we didn't see a lot of on the first day. Like, I'm not going to lie, our first day of America's actions, old habits died hard, and all these players were window peeking when they didn't necessarily need to do so. 55, you're 2 players up. You're men down, but you're holding the second most central compound inside this map. If the zone shifts towards them, they're definitely going to have someone looking to take this away, because there's so many teams still up. There's so many teams that are going to be put out of position by this next shift. I think H5 or 55 Esports could be in trouble, and actually no, they're in trouble because they have to move with that shift.
Yeah, and then with that shift, you can see every single member of LG getting in vehicles, and they're sending it straight to Vox. That center compound, and as you stated, the most important thing that we've noticed so far, which is something that you said happened in the cups, is that you're just losing a lot of people, right? You're losing a lot of people. There's much more cadence for solo play. You can be a lot more sneaky. The fact that LG have kept 4 alive going into this endgame, going into that compound, is going to be devastating if they can actually hold it down and get all 4 members in there, which they should be able to.
Imagine how good Empire are going to be this weekend if you're talking about solo players picking up tons of points for their side.
Goodness.
They've still got all 4 up. Team KZito on the move as Sam Crow will be the first one to find a knock on Varus, following it up with a secondary nade, seeing if he can land it inside the bowl, but that one's way too short. And here comes the kill. Oh no! Oh no! How has Robert not been flipped there? This is potentially dangerous. They're going to rock on him. This is bad. This is so bad. Dare I say, they're making Swiss cheese out of Team KZito.
I think that's the wrong cheese to use for queso, but fair enough. I like the attempt, Gibson. That being said, they're actually somewhat able to recover here. The rest of Potentially Dangerous have driven off, and Sam Crismo, man, they just Sam Crow are still trying to hold this down, but they are stuck. Let's see if they can use those smokes and TPT to their advantage.
Yeah, I'm surprised that, Sam Crismo don't have as, more utility than they've got in the pocket. Like 2 smokes there. Drive-by attempt as Varus will shut down Sam Crow and picks up that instant point. So Sam Crismo got a bit too big for their boots there.
Yeah. Trying
to flush things out, and they're going to be made pay. And here's the problem. Now if you're trying to focus on Team KZito, you've got Al Qudsia on the other side of the ridgeline, and suddenly Team KZito, at least for a second, had an ally, but Frost got a really good angle there on the side on the Varus.
Yeah, I think Sam Crow just got a little too excited for those points. As again, these vehicles are just not only is KZito fighting Sam Crismo, but they're also fighting the vehicles in this lobby so far. Is the other thing to note is that none of this is in. So I don't know if Sam Crismo have been able to scout something ahead, which is why they're so hell-bent on getting this fight done, or maybe they're just trying to get as many points as they can because they know that there's not much in the circle to take, or at least in this position. Frost has to be careful. He's going to get shredded up. He's got to get off the bike.
They got that beep as well. The jammer packs for Sam Crismo are hitting on empty, so with this being phase 4 shifting into phase 5, you got to move. But what a good nade that could be as it forces Frost back, and it destroys the bike. So all of a sudden, Frost is in a position where you've got to try to get a kill. So in the game, there's no car there. I don't think he's going to make that with the damage he's going to take. He's going to have to stop. I think Shap might even be coming for an Uber, or is he going to abandon his teammate?
Yeah, he only had 3 first aids, and oh my goodness, what a shift. So at this point, LG is going to 100% consolidate that split. We'll have to see. I mean, Empire is currently stuck on the edge as well. This is not good. And in fact, QAD, Al Qudsia is just gone as well. 55, at least Mixed Tall and H11 will get points for their troubles, even if they aren't able to survive this. But this blue is taking hard, Gibbs.
Yeah, look, and there's 6 med kits left, so he might be able to outlive a few more players, but outliving enough to get into the placing points, it ain't going to happen. What it takes. Great to see them back in the lobby. You know, sneak attack, running it back with some old friends. They're going to send it towards center. So we've got LG, El Proyecto, and What It Takes in the center of the compound. Everybody else is on the outside as Murillo will see Nidavon doing him a ton of favors. More smokes being thrown, but Team Liquid moving aggressively this direction. Halo took a bit of damage. Sam Crismo fall in 14th place as H11 from inside the blue gets the knock on the kick from Falcons. And they're just ruining their day here as well. So even though they're not going to get in the placements, they're being a nuisance.
Yeah, they're absolutely being a nuisance. And for Oh No, I wonder if that P90 is going to be enough to take out the rest of Team Liquid as they are pushing to a separate ridge line. And this is where we're really going to see this utility that you were talking about, Gibbs, come into play.
Yeah, and here comes the push. The P90, though, from Nidavon will get the knock onto Alo. And now Alo will be fighting the information. He's on me. He's directly in my position. But look, 12, he peeks, but you got a P90 looking your way. A peek from Alo takes a lot of damage off of Nidavon, but this fight will continue. Jumping up as Nidavon, the ammo running pretty low now on the P90, so a couple of stun grenades. But I'd like to see potentially dangerous up the aggression because Toyo are about to come pushing this way here as well as we jump back over to Falcons as H1 is looking towards 55. I said they're not going to make the top 8, and I think the Falcons are just about going to make sure that doesn't happen now.
Yeah, this is a devastating position Huynh finds himself on as he can easily just shimmy and make sure that, oh, careful now. Shimmy, make sure he's able to see the top of that to make sure that 55 doesn't get in, as there are still a few members in blue, not only from him, but also of Empire. As Bestia now is trying to make a crash, and how did that not knock by him? It landed at his feetsies.
Sometimes you just have the luck as the shields are going down, the doubling down of them we've seen a lot of as potentially dangerous will fall in 11th place. Falcons making their move. This tree looking awfully attractive right now for them, and it might just be all they've got to play. You've still got Toyo to come in. They should see Falcons, you'd imagine, as El Proyecto do as well. Like, all these teams that didn't gamble on the circle going here are paying the lead price here. Like Luminosity, What It Takes, and El Proyecto, they're living their best lives. Like, even Bestia's position is by no means safe where they're playing right now.
No, but I think, again, with TPP, they have a little more information to go off of. But yeah, I mean, they're still essentially stuck in a bowl, if you will. And that push for them is going to be very difficult to defend against. And really, it's going to be coming from a team like Toyo, right? How is Toyo going to make this cross? Because you can see that not only is it going to be the Falcons, but it's also going to be El Proyecto that are probably looking at their position to make sure that they are down. And look what we have here, Gibson.
No.
A member of Empire Gaming known as Michael, just surviving in the blue.
And he's found a couple more first aids, but I don't know if time is going to be the enemy here from Michael as he looks to eke out a couple more points. Typhon here, they've got to move it to Gizera with the MK that finds that kill onto Empire, who fall in 9th as the placement point window is now open, and here comes the Typhon crash. Marston's is going to get absolutely obliterated, but sneak attack is there. He's the next one to fall as both of these teams are starting to take casualties, but Typhon definitely the worst one off. On the other side of things, Mime is going to get knocked as Falcons go head to head with Toyo as those two teams bump into each other, and here come El Proyecto. The utility dump is real. Haven with a huge shot with that Panzer will get a few more points. And is Quan really going to rock up in here and do the rest of the damage onto What It Takes? Nope, never mind. Biel's the man.
And Lucid is just desperately trying to get his teammates backed up, but whether it's TPP, FPP, does not matter. El Proyecto still showing why they are so consistent. I love their proactivity, their decision-making. As soon as they saw that Shack get assaulted, as soon as they saw the kill feed, they were on it. And they were already putting pressure on Bestia as it was, so regardless of the perspective, these boys are still just absolutely cracked.
Yeah, Falcons creating their smoke wall towards Bestia now as well. The question is, how much utility do they have in the pocket as Benya is the next to fall? This is the battle of the bowl. The circle still encompassing this position, but Tiggleton and Shrimsy will begin to wrap around, and Vinny's focusing the other way. DraftKing is the exact same. It's not in front that you need to be looking at, it's behind you, as the nade from Shroomsy is bang on the money, and DraftKing will fall. Vinny takes a headshot and all that. Look at this, we're getting some trigonometry, but it's happening to Falcons for a change, and all of a sudden they're done and dusted. And wow, have Bestia been done a favor there by El Proyecto.
Falcons thought that they were the ones putting the red zone down onto Bestia, but realistically it was El Proyecto just landing that mortar directly onto the skull of one of the Falcons members. That was very beautifully timed. Also very beautifully trajectoried or calculated. I don't know if you want me to say that, but that was very unfortunate for Falcons, very fortunate for Bestia.
Yeah, they'll get everybody, at least try to get people back on their feet, as Gizera will peek up once more. More damage being dealt as Posa picks up another kill with a mortar strike, as DraftKing is the target this time around. So 5 teams left alive. We've got 1 full 4. Everybody else is down to a 3 or a 2. Now, I'm still looking at this. It is so hard to call between Luminosity and El Proyecto. Godspeed, it comes down to the shift. Like, where phase 8 goes, whichever these 2 teams it favors slightly more than the other are going to get a huge up on trying to win this game.
I think it's the shift, yes, but also exactly where this is going to end as far as that road ridge and the terrain, right? Because there is a ridge on either side that can be abused with perspective. And for me, it comes down to which team is going to have more slice of that space to play.
More utility being dumped here is what it takes up for another knock, and Keter will sprint around the side, but working in silence. They want to take this position away. Nades being thrown. Kraken's blue zone is perfect. Keter peeks out, but Souls is there to find the knock, leaving it all down to sneak attack, but Gats will spot out Souls, so a sprint into the smoke be the best play for now. Pop that adrenaline syringe, pop that first aid. Sneak attack can't go for the res, but can Souls get this nade? Perfect nade thrown in through the window, and that should force the push, and that's perfect play from Souls. It's what you do. You throw the nade in, and then you hold the door.
Yeah, that was just textbook. That was perfection. He threw it in. Also, his movement. Notice how he actually switched between TPP and went straight into FPP just for those close engagements. So again, it's room for both. And that was just magnificently played from Souls. I mean, textbook. And they were able to get that wipe. Fortunately, now they have control of that shack. And even though it is just Souls, job done.
Look at the amount of bodies, by the way.
I know, it's just crazy. 11 kills. Holy. Oh my goodness. Make it 12.
Yeah, that's great from Gizera. Like, that's another point on the board for them. Mime, the next one to fall, and that leaves Vinny as the last player standing for Bestia. And he's just on the wall. He's as close to the compound as you can get to LG without being spotted on the other side. He's going to go prone, but you... Remember we spoke about jump scouting? You can just see Kraken and Gizera. Yep. They're jumping. They're getting that information. They're trying to work out where their next move is. And that shift, it goes... You can't say it goes to either team, but it does favor Luminosity that little bit more. Actually, no, that dip could be really good for El Proyecto.
Oh my goodness. The double? The double just straight takes out Vox. And so Vinny, all of a sudden... with 4 members of El Proyecto behind him, I mean, he has to be spotted first, right? There's no way.
I can't believe he's got away with that.
Well, he's holding the line for LG right now, so with the utility and smokes, especially Flash, it's a very real chance that he can stop this, but I'm just so worried that El Proyecto is going to peek over and just find Vinny in the small bowl that he's currently sat in.
That nade was not the best we've ever seen from Gats as he tried to throw it over that ridgeline, and Vinny is being allowed to do this. El Proyecto are not putting any pressure. Vinny stands on his feet and isn't going to get punished for it at all. While all this is going on, Souls, he's living his best life. He's pretty happy with how things are going. But at some point, you just feel like Luminosity got to deal with Vinny. You know, you think you've 2 players left alive. It's 4 players up for El Proyecto, and it's going to be Posted that gets that kill away.
Yeah, they just... plucked it. I mean, you could tell they could just barely not see that bowl, but once they got a little more over onto that road, they were able to clean that up, and now it's just really onto LG. How the hell are they going to get out of this one? They do have this corner safe for now, but it's really just Souls, and he's not going to do too much to stop El Proyecto from gatekeeping LG, so this one is looking very much like it could be 14, 15, or even 16 kill victory. I mean, this is a massive first game for El Proyecto to start. No different than what we saw in PAS.
Preloading of energy drinks inside the shack for Souls as well as he gets ready for the late stage of this game. And all El Proyecto are doing now is waiting for LG to make their move. They're holding the cross. Souls doing the right thing. Like, there's no need whatsoever to move here from position. And I think El Proyecto are doing the right thing as well. Right, LG, they've got more numbers. They're the team that should be the easiest to deal with from this position. So you just got to pick your battles. And I think Krafton, he's using the smokes to take some ground himself and get that shield up. This is really good proactive play from your PAS champions.
Yeah, and then something that we didn't even really touch upon is, dude, how good are shields in TPP? I mean, you're essentially just creating your own wall to use to look and get free information. So yeah, I mean, look at this, even jumping on top of it. Yeah, this is slick stuff. And Krafton is going to take a spray into that smoke. He's going to find a headshot on the Bizzler. He's still not down yet, but yeah, this is, I don't want to admit this because some of my friends will hate me, but this is kind of fun to watch.
Cool, isn't it? It's cool. As Gizera will wrap around the side now. He's going to go full auto on that MK. Please do it, Gizera, as the Bizzler and Gats will work together. Haven spots out the head of Richie B, feeding the information, and there we go. There's that full auto spray with the MK. Gats the last player standing, but he's going to fight back. That'll be one. But there you go, the peek from the other side, and it's winner, chicken dinner. 26 points on the first game of the night is not a bad haul at all.
Yeah, 16 kills. They could have had 18 or 20, but we'll give it to him. It's a decent game overall. But El Proyecto, I mean, again, doesn't seem to matter which perspective it's in. That team is still just going to be on fire, and they're going to deliver.
Yeah. So very exciting, very first game. El Proyecto, they got 16 kills, 16K club right off the bat. These are the winners of PAS, and they're coming in hot this time around, taking our very, very first Miramar. Listen, guys, they won PAS. They won with 16 kills. I think we can just call it here. Wait, I'm getting a phone call. Hello? No? We can't call the tournament so quickly? We have to keep playing the remaining 17 games? I need to stop repeating back what you're saying to you. Sorry, guys, I tried. Anyway, so Miramar won down
through the headphones. How could you hear your phone? Is there like a connector on the side of your headphones that just?
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay,
no, I'm confused.
No, okay, never mind. I'm
El Proyecto, 26 points. Everyone else, all these scores really, really pale in comparison. And I think a lot of people coming into this event only having watched FPP, we all know what the stories are going to be of, oh, it's defender advantage. You're in a compound, you're gonna win. But Luminosity Gaming, they only got 8 points, 2 kills with second place. It's only one game, so we don't want to, we want to avoid taking too much from this. But how exciting is it, Gibson, to see a team have to come in from the edge and able to win the first game in such a, dare I say, dominant fashion?
Yeah, it was great to see, and it could have went all wrong. Like when they took that gas station, they suffered a knock at because one of the gas pumps exploded, and you were thinking to yourself, maybe they could be punished for it, but no, they got inside, they got the reses off. And yeah, there's an aspect to they kind of got everything around them conspired for them to get the win, as well as the great decisions that they make. But you have to remember, this is a game all about the butterfly effect. Every decision that's made by every player in the lobby determines who wins. And they made some great decisions. Other teams made some great decisions for them. They did the right thing. They took advantage. And if they can play even a fraction of what we just saw all weekend, they're going to take the chunk of that prize pool.
Yeah, and I mean, just Godspeed, we've only seen one game so far. Gibson's had the entirety of the Players' Cup to sort of watch all this, and we've watched too, right? But it's different from being like actually buried into it like we are now. We're already seeing so many cool things being utilized by the tools that TPP allows, not just seeing some players, like Souls, I believe, was one of them, that would swap between third person and first person, even when they weren't inside a compound, just because they were playing right next to a wall. And then there was, you said it yourself, with the deployable shields, jumping on top of the deployable shield. That's not a deployable shield, that's a deployable like extra 5 feet of shoes on top of that. Like, how exciting is that to see these tools really be utilized? I'm not gonna say that like you can do most of these things in first person as well. You can jump on a shield in first person as well, but there's something different from just the change in camera angle, camera perspective. It's kind of like shocking how much it opens up what you can do.
Yeah, it's just different impact, right? And depending on the perspective. And one thing I will also say is there's a lot of hesitancy with TPP, right? Because it has been FPP as far as competitive has been concerned for so long. There's going to be pushback. There's going to be people like even myself who is a diehard FPS person. Like, you know, I'm actually learning that not only does it still look great, but it still plays great, right? And like moments like that where we see someone using deployable cover, jumping, using to get more angle, teams still playing very aggressive, even more aggressive just in that one game in certain situations, whereas in FPP, maybe they wouldn't push that hard. Like, I think TPP is still fun. I think learning about the shield right there, like I never thought like, hey, I should put a shield down and then jump on top of it to get even more angle on the smoke. Like I think that type of stuff is really neat. And I think that TPP so far has been fun to watch, including the cups. So this is cool, man. I'm looking forward to it. This is a good change. And I think it'll bring and inject a lot of newness into the scene that we actually do need.
Yeah, and so Gibson, you had eyes on a couple of different teams, not just Luminosity, but I'm sure you had certain expectations for a lot of them coming from the Players Cup into the Masters. Looking at the leaderboard still as it's still up, it's only one match, but does anything sort of stand out to you as, oh, I'm worried for this team, or maybe this team impressed you with the first Miramar so far?
I think that it was it's strange to see Alcudia with 0 points in any map when you think about the caliber of player they have. Like, I thought they were pretty impressive at times during the last couple of weekends, so I want to see a bit more for them. You know, you think about just the firepower they have alone, they should be doing more than that, so expect them to rise up the table. But that top three, El Proyecto working in silence, Luminosity, no surprises there whatsoever in TPP for me.
Oh yeah, no, working in silence, they were another really, really big standout team from just PAS, and Gibson, I'm sure, what sentence was that? As I'm sure you know as well, Gibson, trying to speak proper English today on the broadcast, just looking from all the experience that the two of us have done with scrims towards the end of last year, they've been working their way up, not quite so silently, through their sort of experience and ability and impact in scrims. And, you know, scrims are scrims, right? We can't take too much away from that, but to see their growth continue, not just in PAS, but then so far in, you know, one map as it is, so far here today, make it really, really, really exciting. I'm waiting for Toyo. That team is still probably my favorite new team right now. 5th place, only 1 placement point, but 6 kill points. So they're in the business, they're in fragging. It's only been one map, so I'm not going to identify the pattern that I am starting to see, but I'm starting to see a pattern. So I'm going to check in with myself later on today. I advise you two to do the same. I don't want to jump the gun on any of these things, but how things are played out. But I do think that the interesting relationship between the strength of center compounds, how that inspires the teams outside of the center to play around that. So I don't know if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Only been one game, and also El Proyecto are just completely making it even harder to do all that with the mortars that they're throwing on top of everyone. What was it? Falcons, it was Bestia. They were getting a bunch of mortar kills. Yeah. But yeah, we're heading into the second match. Sean Connery all of a sudden, second match soon. It's going to be another Miramar. Expect to see more of the same this time around, Godspeed?
Yes, sir. I'm just having a good time today with you two boys. It's been fun. But yeah, Miramar yet again. We did kind of get to see some of the aspects of talking about high ground, right? With a lot of the teams like LG initially on the top of that hill where Power Grid is. We also saw Bestie up there. We started to see that high ground advantage, but also something that Gibson said that absolutely came true in that game is it did seem like we were losing more players in the interim getting towards the late game, right? Because you have the opportunity for some rat plays. You have a lot more information you can gather as a solo player. So he did mention that before game one. And so far in game one, that seems to be the case.
Yeah, I just hope that we get a different area of the map, a contrast in terrain, because that first Miramar just to the west of Picado was fairly field compound heavy. So I think just as a contrast, as we're exploring this new universe of third person play, we get maybe, let's go the southwest with those two vertical hilltops south of Monte Nuevo, or maybe even an oasis. I'm not bringing it up for the meme or anything, but just, you know, as we want to get as much data points as possible. We want to get as many observations that we can make on how third person plays out. So I just hope that it's going to be somewhere different. But Picado is the center, so there is a higher chance of that being somewhat in play, certainly in the early game on this second map.
Just give me Campo Militar. What do you think, Cosby? Campo Militar will go nicely?
Campo, I mean, I don't know if I've just ever seen a circle of all the esports games in the last, I mean, not even just esports games, I mean, even just pub games. I think I've been to Campo Militar less than 5 times in an end circle, right? It's just super rare. I also would be very interested in crater fields and the elevation areas and those mountains around that area to see how much different the perspective change would be on the teams that are currently participating. I think that would be a really good litmus test as well. Or even I was gonna say, sorry, just water treatment. Could you imagine that god tier ridge in third person? That would be disgusting to play.
Well, we are going to a different area of the map. It is teasing us southwest. It could swing back to Picado, but it is going to be another hot drop. So once again, I'm going to be leaving you to pretty quickly this time. 55 versus Luminosity, round 2.
Luminosity taking the south side of the drop this time and giving away the 2 warehouses to 55, who've gone for that 2-2 split to get themselves a bit more ready. But I like the way LG are just keeping 55 on their toes. Now, Baki will do the right thing. You get ready for that initial engagement, you pick up some guns, then you fall back, right, Godspeed? You join up the rest of your team and you move around from that position. I think both teams adapted well to the last drop.
Yeah, especially 55, because again, they lost 2 immediately off the start of that gunfight, so this is much better for them to at least, what it takes, but Finna, I'm sure he saw him. Maybe he switched TPP just before he went up those stairs to get that little corner peek, but that pre-fire says it all as he's going to take down Sneak. But back to 55, I think this is a much better start. Not losing 2 is much better than immediately losing 2, so they're going to pull off as well. 4 strong, and they're just going to leave LG up to Power Grid. Mike, the thing that makes me curious about this is if the intent was to take to Power Grid anyways, why just leave? Why not just drop somewhere else if they were going to concede it to LG? So that one for me is a bit confusing, but maybe they just said, you know what? Maybe we don't need to be here.
I think I know why. You look at that circle shift, right? So it was a long drop to get to Power Grid from that flight path. Like by the time they got boots on the ground, they knew where the circle was. They saw the flight path and they've realized if we fall off this fight and loot really quickly, we can rotate all the way around that western side and get tons of free real estate. You know, maybe that's my big brain thinking, you know, maybe thinking way too far ahead. But that's kind of what I'd be thinking here if I was a player.
True, but I mean, at that token, they could also have just dropped into the circle if they saw it, right? Like, you know what, we don't need to be here, but who knows? Who knows? Either way, I like the decision that they pulled off. I think you could be correct. Maybe they just said, you know what, we can just rotate west late. But either way, they have 4 alive still. Working in silence is going to be just below LG, and Bestia now actually rotating in just from the road northeast of Picado, and they're going to be running into Falcon soon-ish, although at least half of that team has already decided to move out, as they often do early.
Yeah, the best teams in the game, they land and they loot, they get on the move really quickly. Falcons, great examples of that as they move down towards that Smoking Aces compound south of Picado. You know, as you said, Bestia are already on the move. Liquid have left Los Leones already. It's all about being proactive, and that proactiveness is the reason why a lot of these teams do so well when it comes to these events. But while we watch Relo set up this trap, you know, you can see the Panzer trap to catch out a couple of teams onward.
Oh,
you know,
no,
I'm
it's
not even
AK
wait. I'm gonna
again,
wait.
bro. There's no way it's AK again.
How many?
No.
How many players are they going to lose?
Oh my god, this just happened to them. Adam
just
did this, not again, he missed!
He missed! It went
underneath!
What? Oh my, no. Relo probably cannot believe his eyes, and AKA must be fuming, Godspeed. That's 2 games in a row. You have somebody waiting with a Panzer.
I mean, whether it's by fate or fortune that thing went underneath the car, even still, AKA have lost 1 player, but they just cannot catch a break. And this is, by the way, a completely different rotation on a completely different side of the map. So the likelihood of that happening twice to the same team is just super unlucky.
You know the way we got like loads of slow motion replays and like rewinds last week?
I think we need one for there, yeah.
I want to see how close that Panzer was to hitting pay dirt if we get a chance to see it later on. We'll not put any pressure on production tonight just yet. But while all this is going on, we've got the likes of Luminosity. They're going into Monte Nuevo. Like, tons of teams are preloading on the west.
Yeah, the west side right now is generally open, and it's based on the playing path, right? A lot of these teams are going to realize that west is going to be the weakest side. Even if it does happen a hard shift, they have good rotations, especially from west to south. It is always a very popular and very safe rotation generally. And so I'm not at all surprised to see these teams. And even like 55 actually have done something where they've just decided they're going to come in late. I mean, and with that rotation option, as you were stating, that we just spoke about, I think that's fine.
You know, while we got that lull in the game, do you want to know what happened to me today? It was so disappointing.
I would love to know what happened to you today.
Yeah, so when I got a message asking me, you know, if I wanted to work the Masters, I got dressed, I bought my flights, I was going to Georgia, I was on my way to Augusta, and they were like, nah, you're casting. That's why I'm wearing the golf get up today. I was on my way to Augusta.
Oh, man.
But hey,
No,
three
please
Masters
continue.
in one day? 3 Masters in one day? We're eating well. You got EU Masters, NA Masters, and Augusta. We're eating well this weekend.
We are, but I'm really just excited that it's giving, again, a lot of exposure to a game mode in TPP that we just don't play. And again, whatever is just going to inject more people into our great game makes me happy. And so having 3 separate regions, also you get to get a little taste of the different play styles in each. So it's good. I mean, we are eating good. You are not wrong. We are eating good.
Visitor here, LG, they got great position in the last game, but they didn't really take as much advantage of it as they would have liked. Is holding the spot. Now he will feed the information that Trisk is coming down the road, so you can see Snakers. The trap has been set. They're going to sprint it up to the road, but I think the Trisk just... I don't know if he even saw... You know, he's driving at 3PP, so he probably saw the players picking up over that ridge line, and he made a very good life decision falling back towards those twins. The shots now will deter the rest of the team from coming this way. You can see the rest of 55 now altering their path. But the question is, do they go so far wide that they run into Vox?
That is the worry, right? I mean, LG is currently set up over there, and they kind of did just get hurted in that direction. But also just looking at the center of the map, as I look at the map street off to the side, see if Vox does indeed get to spring a trap. But 55 playing it very, very safe, rotating very wide, is the fact that there's already so many teams sitting in the center, just clumped up. Gibson right there in Chumacera and around it. You have Toyo, you have Team Liquid in the split, you have Quesito, you have Sam Krizma. I mean, they are just all in that area.
Yeah, and then look at how much free space that leaves. Like, I always talk about... You know that... I know that I say this all the time. People could say he's going to stay the line, but it's like the inverse donut. Everybody goes towards the center, and then it leaves tons of space around the outside. So 55, LG, What It Takes, Empire... They've got so much free space to work in, and if the zone shifts towards the north or the west, all those teams in Chumacera start to have something to worry about. Maybe El Proyecto, who are current lobby leaders, have something to worry about as they go right between working in silence.
This could be the trap of all traps, as long as they spring it correctly, and it looks... Oh, the vehicle stopped! Perfect for Solds! That's going to be an easy knock. He goes for the second spray, but no! Posa with a beautiful trade.
Yeah, and now we're seeing Gizera. He spots someone in the distance, but the timing of that sandstorm cuts out the line of sight. BL will find some damage and gets that point confirmed as both teams trade points back and forth, but Posa will get the knock up on top of the hill. So BL is down. Santa will throw that defensive nade, but I think El Proyecto, do they want this fight? They're rotating back up the hill on this side. They want to take this compound, and Ruben, he's got to join the rest of his team. So nades have been thrown, working in silence. They've got themselves some neighbors now. And this is a huge fight between 2 of the biggest teams in South America to kick us off on map 2.
Yeah, the problem though for El Proyecto is the ridgeline around this compound is so strong when you're playing the opposite side, the way that Santasco is working in silence is. So this is exactly what El Proyecto needed to do. They need to send someone to the backside of that ridge, because playing it in this perspective is just too difficult, as still they are keeping Santastico from getting Beal up. You saw RBN trying to hold the anchor position, but Haven is just going to be right behind him. And I don't know how much longer these smokes are going to last.
Yeah, they'll dissipate pretty soon. You can see we're about halfway through the smoke as LG are picking up some points. Santa's going to fall now, and Ruben misses a big opportunity with a 3x spray on the AUG. Now you know where Gizera is. It's just all about how accurate that throw is, and he only finds 18 damage as picture-in-picture shows Michael doing some real damage onto Al-Qudsiya as Empire. They've kicked off their map 2 pretty nicely. 3 points on the board, make it 4 as they'll gather another kill. And up on the top screen, you can see LG. They see the real chance now to pick up some points off the back of this fight as well.
LG have to be careful though. Stinker's coming in, just getting lit up. Almost getting knocked, in fact, as RBN, the last player of Working in Silence, doing what he can to maybe get a point here or there before he decides to move, as his position isn't even in circle right now. So he's going to give a little honk, let everyone know that he is done here. His mission is complete, and he's going to make his way into circle. And speaking of which, Bestia now are actually rotating on the south side near the southern road. They're going to be going right in between multiple teams, including Toyo, Falcons, and Team Liquid, and they're gonna find a moment of respite, something safe-ish for the time being.
The dips, though, are not as powerful inside a TPP because you can just peek up over the ridge without exposing your head. So I feel like teams in these positions have to be very careful that they don't find themselves losing some numbers early. 54 players left alive, though. You're 12 minutes gone. That's 10 players out of the lobby. We spoke about teams will lose players a lot more frequently in the early to mid-game. Falcons, they're going to move the vehicle in this rainbow compound, but the question is, Lucid all by himself, do you stick your position and wait it out, or do you call for security as Bestia and I are fighting with Toyo?
I mean, that's a tough call. That's a tough call. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, Toyo is just raining utility down onto Bestia. They did get Silzen down, but that should be a res coming up from Mime. And the problem is I just don't know if Toyo can push this. I mean, they can harass. The problem is coming over that next ridgeline that you see right in front of Capitan is gonna leave them pretty open to also being seen themselves. So I think the play is just to, unless they get another knock or two, to just sit back. I don't know if they can make that push.
Yeah, Capitan went for the Hail Mary with a bunch of nades, and you know for a fact that they would have got more aggressive had he found a knock, but without having found it, you just fall back into your position, which is the right thing to do. He was fishing, right? You're fishing, you want to see if you land an egg on the hook, and if you don't get it, it's nothing ventured, nothing gained, because he's still alive regardless.
So Toyo will still at least keep Pippa here, or try to keep eyes on Bestia as best as they can, keeping tabs up. And Benya, again, just going to go back to harassing. Meanwhile, not much else has changed in the circles. You see 55 on the south side. That shift, again, is going to go right in Benya's favor. And look at Typhon potentially looking over that compound to see if there's an opportunity for them to take it. If not, their position now is also quite strong.
Yeah, and they're doing the right thing. They're going to collapse that 2-2 split and put everybody into the same position now in the center of the circle. In Chuma Church, looking over all the rest of the lobby, they're going to have so much information they can gather. What it takes. They've backfilled the compound that Falcons run because they have sent it to a compound pretty close to center now too, as they'll keep those vehicles, at least try to keep the tires of those vehicles safe for now, as they get some information as well. But I'm keeping my eye on what's going on here with Bestia and potentially dangerous, because Shrimzy sees the opportunity to third party. Falcons, smelling blood in the water, acting like the sharks that we know they can be, might just be about to cause damage onto both of these teams.
Yeah, and Bestia is still just doing their best to survive in every situation they have been put in. Is now potentially dangerous. Will be pulling up on the side of this ridge, and yeah, Liquid also is a threat for them, but more importantly for Bestia, Gibson, they actually finally made it to just hard cover, right? They don't have to sit in dips and divots anymore.
They got to move with that circle as well. Like, Liquid have got to get everybody up alongside Sparking. Team KZito, they're just hugging the wall, pushing up between this valley. They've got to be careful that Sam Crismo don't spot them out whenever they're doing some head peeking, because they're so close. Like, Roger and Varus are right on a collision path, and I don't think Sam Crismo know about it just yet because they're all scouting elsewhere. So just keep an eye on KZito.
Yeah, I feel like Sam Crismo right now, that whole team's objective is just to get as much information forward facing, but I don't know if they were able to spot out any of that. And in a blink of an eye, Bestia and Liquid have just deleted one half of potentially dangerous. Now Gabriel and Manny are just getting out of there. They're just, no thank you.
Yeah, Bestia, though, they're the team that got to do the good half of the wiping them out. They're the ones that pick up the points as the Bizzler falls right out of that compound and move up on top of Chuma Hill. And I spoke about it, Team KZito. They caught Sam Crismo sleeping. They got 2 knocks. They're going to get those 2 flushes. Sam Crismo, Shap, and Sam Crow are too far away to do anything about it, but Kurt is there as well. So LG up on top of the hill, 55 below them. You can see that Toyo have grabbed themselves D block as they'll play inside the apartments for now, and everybody is just struggling for or trying to find a position that they think they can win from at this point in time. And I still think that Typhon are in the best position up on top of that church.
Yeah, Typhon with that high ground, I think I would agree. Even though they are hard edged, it's still a strong, very strong position because they have a lot of control. They also have options, right? They can pivot any direction they want to. Now with the circle, the problem is they're going to have to pivot into Team Liquid as well as Bestia. I mean, look at that edge right now. The last half of potentially dangerous. You have Bestia, you have Falcons, and then on the southern side of that, you still have a split from Team Liquid. So Typhon is going to have a hell of a needle to thread if they're going to try to make it into the circle. As now Sam Crismo trying to do the same thing, will get down and get a knock onto one half. It's a one-on-one now, potentially dangerous versus Sam Crismo, and it's going to be Sam Crismo to take it out. Now, can they recover is the question. It's just down to Shap, and Emmy is on his way out.
Yeah, I think there's no winner in this fight between those two sides. Sam Crismo get a couple of points. And the problem is, look, Emmy wants to push this, but 55 from up on top of the hill are going to get that knock. So Emmy got a little bit too aggressive, pushed out of position, and pays the lead price. LG, they're moving on by the church now. Typhon will fire this way as Quan. Uh-oh, we said driving was easier. You're going to hop on out, and he goes prone. The other player, the Bizzler's prone in the open. Go for the easy one and you lose it. Bizzler gets the knock onto Quan, and that's why target prioritization matters.
That the inflection on your voice is how I feel, because I was screaming internally to just shoot the driver. But yeah, I mean, that is clearly not what happened, and so I'm sure they'll get a recovery off that as we just thankfully switch off to Toyo now fighting with 55, and that's going to be 3 members down.
Yeah, and that's just gone from bad to worse. Now Benya's here as well as 55. You've got 1 player left alive. Toyo confirm out one of them, but this Hail Mary send hasn't really gone the way they wanted to. All of this for a position that's now been kicked out of the circle, as well as D-block will no longer be a viable position to play off the back of this one. A little further south, you can just see that Shap now surrounded by Team KZito as those mice are looking to pick up another point for themselves. Shap, his position, they know exactly where he is. The fire spreads, his elbow is stuck into it, but he's got that fireproof top on that'll keep him a little bit alive for a little bit longer. That molly is much, much better, and I feel like Shap should be dealt with. And he is. Oh, he denies. He stood in his own need.
He did. He did. That's very unfortunate. That's unlucko, as the kids say, as Capitan now is going to find the kill onto Gats. Toyo still surviving the 3. I mean, they've been holding this position well enough. Only losing Emmy in the process. And really, I think it's just 1 member left of 55 they have to deal with.
Yeah, Benya in this position. You can see that the Bizzler fell in the distance as well, as Typhon did manage to get Quan back up on top of his feet, but they've got to be worried about this Michael pull up on the other side. Picture in picture once more. Keep an eye on the map as it circles up towards that position on Chuma Church. But I'm looking, there's so many different fights happening right now. You've got Liquid and AKA, Liquid and Bestia, Team KZito not too far away. Michael, Typhon have done the perfect play, and they've not allowed Empire to play this position. Now Valia is inside the blue, he's making his way into the circle. But I love the way that Typhon took away all doubt from Empire there, and they made that push out, and now they'll fall back into the compound.
Yeah, and still doing very well so far. Typhon with 4 kills. And the
Finna's right there, by
advantage.
the way.
Yeah, if Finna is, you know, doing his thing. Trying to see what he can do as far as maybe solo plays, who knows. But also LG just surviving as well. Just, I think, down to 2 or 3 members.
Looking elsewhere, Team KZito still in a great position to the south. Toyo just about leaving D-block at the same moment in time as Kurt will get inside the zone. That jammer pack doing him a world of good, but I think they've got their eyes locked onto Silzen and Bastian. He's preloading that nade. First one will be thrown by Team Liquid. No damage will be dealt at the first time of asking, but all three players trapped in position. Silzen, he'll be the first one to fall as the knock comes through, and Vinny now will flee down inside the dips. And Halo, you've got to get yourself in cover, my man. Get your health back on up. But this is really well played by Liquid, because you got to clear these players player by player to get into the circle from this edge.
The problem is Vinny doesn't really have anywhere to go. You can see Mime very inconspicuously hiding behind a shield in open terrain, but Vinny can't go play that with him. Yeah, he's just going to be stuck. It's up to Mime to actually step out and try to provide cover. The nade is going to do some damage. Halo's actually going to get knocked, and Vinny's going to find one that's huge. And all of a sudden, this is down to a 2-on-2. Make that a 2-on-1 if this knock goes through on, I think it was Halo on that rock, or Sparking, excuse me.
I'm using the shield. Vinny gets another knock on to Kurt as he has gone into full turret mode. He's gone prone, and Team Liquid have gone from a position of power up on top of the hill, find themselves at odds with Vinny. Mime will throw the stun towards Sparking, making sure that he can't get that off angle onto his teammate as he sprays through the smoke. And Team K0, well, they're going to use this gunfight to buy themselves some time to get the res off, because they've got to worry about Toyo a little bit further to their northwest. But I think that Vinny has played a blinder. Yeah, he gets knocked by Sparking here on the edge of the circle, but he has ruined Team Liquid inside this game. And I'm looking at Luke on the minimap. He's got Falcons. So Team Liquid went from a position of power to everything going on. Mime, peek it again, and H1 gets the knock.
H1 gets the knock. I think that's a bolt. Cameron is sitting in that green room right now, probably just as happy as he can be, as that's going to be, I mean, it's not surprising, it's from Hwin. He was one of the original marquee bolters way back when. And so, you know, full circle we come. Is speaking of full circle, it's going to be Empire with look at what is this, a Panzer standoff? This is absolutely ridiculous. You have 3 Panzers in play currently in this fight in this compound here at Church.
I'm about it. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. It's like, definitely. It's like, if I'm going down, you're going down with me. Capitan shoots down Roger, who had a molly in his own hand. That molly takes down his own teammate in Project, as Team KZito are getting torn asunder now by Toyo on the edge of the circle. That'll be 3 of them players down. Toyo move up to 7 kills with 1 more member left to worry about. And as you move further up on the high ground, you get more and more of an angle. The blue zone will spread just about far enough, but we all know you can med through that first blue zone, but they're just playing with their foot at this point, right? There's no way that Roberts is going to win this as we get ourselves a peek off.
Yeah, I was gonna say Pippa just very wisely was over the cat and mouse game. He just jumped straight over the rock, went right to the source, and was able to find that kill. Is now again Typhon just now have to deal with the last member of Empire, and that's going to be Valiant. But Posta is snaking right behind them.
Mime still alive for Bestia, prone behind the shield, as what it takes will lose one to the hands of a nade from Tiggleton as they got a little too close for comfort. How has Valiant gotten inside the tower by them? How has he managed to get in behind Typhon Gaming, up on top of the tower, while they were looking the other way? I think Valiant's going to get a knock and a kill here. I think he is going to catch one of those players by surprise, and I think he's earned it. If you get yourself in a position like this with nobody noticing, you earn every point you get.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Is Typhon, speaking about earning points, look at this, 8 kills. They're going to see, oh, that was so clean with the trade. Lucid just immediately firing back. So Tony's going to have to sit for a second, as Psycho is going to Austin Powers this for a second to try. Nope, never mind. He's just going to use it for cover.
Yeah, I think he knows.
Oh no, what's Valiant now? He's going to find Karak. This is falling apart.
I told you, don't forget about Valiant up on top of the tower. And now Psycho and Quan are pushing in. One's going to go for the res, the other one's going to hold Valiant up on top of the tower. Or do they push for the kill? Looks like they actually want the kill. They're using the steps to try to spot the feet, and Valiant's going to go, and oh my god, he almost gets the 2 of them. But Quan, he'll get that res off. But look, great job by Empire picking up some points. 5 teams left alive now, as the blue zone will not close too far enough to get that kill confirmed on the Karak. But at this point in time, Falcons, wow, what a shift for them. They're in such a good position now to take the win.
They really are. But I will also say, I mean, a good shift for Typhon. More importantly, this circle generally is very open, and we would think of this ending as very open, but because of the ridges and defilades that we do have with the perspective change, I actually think this end game should be fairly fun to fight in. It's not as devastating as it would be if everyone was stuck in FPP. So I'm interested to see how but I mean, the biggest problem here is that Falcons still have a corner of their compound in, and they're all still alive. So that kind of just throws my argument out. But you can even see it here with the way that the train is split up. It's actually quite conducive for some decent fights on either side of that hill.
Yeah, there's Falcons getting their 8th point of the game, not including placements, as Toyo will begin their rotate inside the circle. Kwan's got a tough job to do up on top of the hill. He goes down to 12 HP, but I feel like his race might just be run because I see no real way for him to get inside this circle without getting caught out. Toyo, they're going to play the road for now as Kwan tries to take somebody down with them, but he's happy to go down to the blue. Typhon fall in 5th. We've got our top 4, and it's a 4v3, v2, v1 as the numbers work out perfectly for us casters, but I feel like it'll take a huge play from the other teams to stop Falcons from getting a win with their position.
Yeah, Falcons just seem like they are dominant. I'm not going to rule out the rest of the lobby, but it probably would take a very large effort from the rest of the lobby in order to shut down the Falcons now. As you can see, that blue zone going straight towards RBN's shack, and that's going to land. No jammer pack. You should be able to heal through it. If there was a second one, that would be a problem, but that thing is ticking fast. Was it 2? It was a double, so he had no chance of survival.
Yeah, Toyo up to 8 kills now, so whichever one of these two teams get the win, if they do indeed, are up for a large point total. Capitan, he's going to move inside the circle. This rock looking pretty damn good right now as Hitchwin will prepare the nade to throw over the shoulder. But Capitan has level 3 gear, and that can make the difference in a fight like this one. I think the Falcons, they know exactly where Capitan is. And look there, we spoke about it. That level 3 gear, look how much less damage Capitan took.
Oh, that was such a sick nade. That was so sick. I was thinking, is that actually going to land? Because he even threw it higher on the arc to make sure that it exploded right above Capitan. Just wonderful stuff there from Huynh. As now the rest of Falcons starting to spread out. And this is what makes it so hard, right? When you have that high ground advantage, especially when we're talking about perspective, where Shrimzy is just makes this so oppressive for everyone else who's trying to get in. But they are now on the edge, and what it takes has actually made their way closer to the center. So let's see what happens here as Falcons are wrapping on the west side. Banya is there to engage, and look at that spot, Gibbs.
Yeah, I like it, but look what H1 has to deal with it. You know, you step on up and that Panzer is going to shut you down. He reveals his position. H1, you saw the bolt they shot, but it's what it takes. Marcis gets the angle on what it takes now. Move up to 2nd in the lobby. It's a 4 versus 2. 5 kills for what it takes, but H1, he's moving with that Panzer at the ready. Kicks taking the low ground. They know exactly where Marcis is, and Falcon's doing this the right way. When you've got a Panzer, you can very easily be the front line of this one. The nade does a ton of damage. The Panzer, yeah, that's a miss. That's a miss. That's not.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, shooting a Panzer over the hill as well, I mean, because of the way that the projectile works and the fall off, it just, yeah, that was always going to be a tough one, but the follow-up was there. Falcons now just slowly tightening their grip on control, and that's going to be an easy dub for the team of Falcons.
21 points for them, though. They couldn't quite match what we saw in game at number 1 with 26 points that were gathered on the other side, Cammy. But a lot of teams ate good when it came to points in that game.
Yeah, a lot more spread out than we saw, I think, from game number 1. And good job on Falcons for securing that win. They did have the compound to play out of. And I think a lot of like new viewers, amateur viewers might look at that and just point to the compound. It's like, that's the reason why they won. But they weren't like turtling in the compound the whole time. In fact, they got the majority of their kills by leaving the compound. And sure, they had the security blanket of the compound that they could retreat back to, and they always had someone sort of anchoring from that position. Like even at the end, when in that final 4 versus 2, they had Shrimzy still play back in the compound as not just the Overwatch, but also just a semblance of safety, right? But they did not just sit behind a wall, peeking out from behind cover to get all of the kills and the win that they did. So certainly some variety and some dynamic play coming out of them, regardless of the advantage that they might have had in the circle. And as you said, Gibson, 21 kills for them, but still 15 for Toyo, 12 for Typhon Gaming, and then 11 for What It Takes. So yeah, certainly a lot more spread around.
Yeah, and it's what you want to see. You want to see some teams using the opportunity to pick up plenty of kill points. A lot of teams with donuts, Liquid, aka 55 and PD, all drawing blanks in game number 2 of the night. But the big thing is all about when you're on top, how much can you expand that lead by El Proyecto? They still got 4 points, right? With the points they got in game number 1, if you had have offered them 30 points after, 2 games tonight, they would have taken it no problem.
Yeah, that's still, 15 points per game for them?
Yeah.
Now, again, gotta say the usual. It's only been 2 games, sample size low, things can change, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I don't think it's really a nightmare for them. It's more so the teams are at the bottom, like Alcadzia got 0 points, then 1 point. That's a team that needs to figure out what went wrong. But hey, coming out from Miramar, we're going into Tago next, so that could be a way for some of these teams to sort of try and refresh themselves. Even though, I don't know, I think sometimes at Godspeed we look at the maps almost a bit too much as a reason why a team could be doing better than another. But regardless, I think even the psychological effect of like, oh, those are different colors that we're looking on the field in front of us could make a difference. Am I sort of leaning into that too much here?
I mean, not really. Like, yeah, sure. Instead of sand, it's grass, right? But more importantly, there are going to be teams that feel more comfortable on certain maps, but I think it's really just a mental reset, especially when you go into a new map, especially if you had a bad game in your last game. It's the best opportunity for you to reset and then just go into the new one fresh, leave everything that happened in the last game, make sure you fix those mistakes. And then once you do that, it's more or less just a mental reset for the teams. And then for some of them, they may look forward to playing Miramar or, Tago or whatever.
Yeah. So as we go into Tago, El Proyecto at the top with 30 points, challenged by Falcons, and Toyo aren't too far behind. As we go into Tago, though, from what we've learned so far today, and from the Players Tour so far, the stages leading up to this point, is there anything that we think Tago is going to offer differently from Miramar, specifically in TPP compared to first person? I think that the terrain style between Tago and Miramar is quite similar. I think those are probably more similar to Tago is more similar to Miramar than I think Rondo and Erangel are. But I don't know. I'll go to you first, Godspeed. Is there anything that we kind of want to look at in terms of how teams approach this map that could be unique here?
There are some similarities, especially when we look at like Army Base and that terrain around there on the north side of Tago. But my issue, and I think an issue for a lot of teams and players, will be just how open Tago is. And there's less, there's obviously a lot less of cover for players to utilize even in FPP, and I think that's going to be the same will be said for TPP, especially because there's going to be a lot less for them to abuse as far as trying to get that perspective advantage, right? Trying to get the information without peeking, because again, Tago is just very open, dude. It's a super open map, and some of those endgame circles are super scuffed.
Right. Gibson, is there anything that stands out to you? Because you've been watching Tago at least a little bit. Granted, it's played half as much as Miramar and Erangel are, but you've still seen a few. Is there anything from the Players' Cup that you've seen that we're perhaps missing here as new commentators in third person?
I think it's actually not a million miles away in the early game. Again, it's all about rotations. Like, right. I think if in my head, when I think back, I keep remembering the North Island circles. So it was all about just getting your feet on the ground and getting onto that section of the map. I think the trees on this map become a bit of a real factor inside of TPP, because a tree equals death 9 times out of 10. Because if you're fighting a team and there's like a bunch of trees like on that North Island section, you're going, which one's the player behind? The player behind the tree has the advantage. So keep an eye on little things like that, because Miramar didn't really have that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We're going to be seeing a lot of that throughout the rest of the game, because we're leaving the desk behind. And even though Tago, Rondo, and Erangel are dramatically different as far as foliage is concerned, it's basically Miramar and them in 2 separate teams. So yeah, it sounds obvious when you say it, but the idea of being able to play the information game standing behind a tree and other teams, especially if you're in a defensive position, whether you're a high ground or a low ground, just being able to utilize all of that. Now, the compounds in Tago, though. there are a lot of areas that have interesting, like it's almost like suburban areas where it's not one big compound, but it's 3 smaller compounds kind of close to each other. So sure. This isn't a question necessarily. I'm interested to see, depending on where we go on this map, if that becomes a factor and how teams are able to play around that cover, perhaps a little bit differently from just previous example of Falcons playing out from that compound. Might be a bit different there.
Yeah, I think personally that a lot of the compounds, I would agree with you, Cam, are going to be much more higher priority, especially some of the ones that are more flat in their approach, where it leaves less room for teams to actually crash, because those are the ones that are going to be able to abuse the most. So definitely look for that. And then another really interesting thing for me is the major cities in Tego. If we have a major city, like let's say it's going to be a Busan-Sa or another one of those like kind of hot drop or even terminal, right? What happens if we have an ending in there? That's going to be chaos.
Right, exactly. So now the teams, we got to put the attention back on them. These are the players that are actually on the field here. Liquid, such a strong roster. I want to see them continue to do good, especially considering the heartbreak that we saw just a few weekends ago of them barely failing to qualify to PAS. Al-Qudsia as well, like they kind of felt a little lackluster at PAS, still starting a bit weak here. So Gibson, is there a team that you're looking at that you want to really see get their due here in Tego?
I think in a flight path like this, if this goes north, Toyo with their drop spot inside a Go Dock, they're a team to keep an eye on, really. And you know, we could sit and talk about the big teams all the time, Cam. You know, oh well, Falcons drop here and play this way. I want to talk more about the teams that are going to be outside the circle, right? Like what are Working in Silence going to do from Hapo? What are AKA going to do from Airport, Camby? Like, this is the map now where this goes toward that North Island, or if it goes further south. Right. I think these teams are in great positions.
Yeah, and I mean, Godspeed, we have this northern plain path. It teases to at least me that this river is potentially going to be in play. Is that going to be a concern for rotations? And actually, we see circle number 1. Anything stand out to you with this split circle? Like, how do you choose which side to play on?
I would think it's safer to play on the north side, but again, that's a hard call to make. Maybe splitting the bridge. You can see Working in Silence currently set up with Beal. Maybe splitting that western bridge, top at the bottom, and try to camp it out. Maybe camping the ridge lines around it where you're safer. Also, there's just a lot of water in this circle, which cuts out space. So yeah, this one's going to be funky, to say the least.
Right, that's always the issue with these split circles, and there's so many considerations that you have to take into play. For the individual teams, it's not just about like on a macro level or like from a bird's eye view level of which is better to play. It's also, where did we land? What's our timing of rotation? Where did the other teams land? Where do we think they're going to be going? Do we have a free rotation? Is a team going to be cutting us off? So for us to make predictions on where a team is going to go, we're kind of just throwing darts and we're saying maybe it could be this for this reason, but we are playing with a completely different set of cards in terms of information with the decision making. But these are some early fights, Gibson, that we're spotting. And hey, welcome to the tree peak.
Yeah,
Bars
this is what I spoke about. This is what I spoke about. Trees become powerful, Cammy. Sam's going to toss the nade towards it, but I think that, you know, this is a position for Varus where he's in a ton of trouble, because here comes the rest of Sam Crismo. Shotgun drive-by. Let's go. DNL gets the kill.
Okay, well, it does look like this game is going to start a bit faster than I expected, despite there not being a hot drop. So we're going to say goodbye to Godspeed for this match here as we rotate. Do you want to stay?
No, it's okay.
Get him gone. Get him out. The same way that D is going to get people out of this lobby, Cammy.
Why are they fighting so early? I mean, I guess it's just contesting these early central positions, and those compounds, Godspeed said, like having the flat sort of approach to make it easier to fend. That's where some of these fights are going around, but I'm also seeing up here on the north around what it takes. We're fighting over the rotation through Army base, which isn't even in the zone. I don't know if this is a factor of teams still getting used to what the macro meta for third person is going to be, though I can't imagine that as far as rotation paths, I can't imagine that's going to be too terribly different in third person than a first person. Usually it's just the nature of combat itself that is affected with a perspective change. But hey, who knows? In 6 months, 8 months from now, someone take a clip of this and I could be completely off the rails.
look, I think every week or every play day, you'll see new wrinkles to it. So you're not too far wrong in that as players get used to this style of play. One thing's for sure in a circle like this, Cammy, when you've got so much of the North and South Island, you see a lot of teams historically hedge their bets. But I'm looking at the map and I'm not seeing too many teams keep players on both sides of the circle. Everybody in the early stages at least seems happy with just keeping all 4 players together and see what happens.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is because, again, perspective, we have to talk about it. Like, guys, I know it feels like we're kind of a broken record at this point, but that is sort of the really big narrative here. We're exploring what third person looks like. Every single player in this game, in this lobby, is a veteran of first-person competitions. But even if it was new players, us as audiences, us as viewers, it's about exploring what third-person competitive play looks like in the year of 2025. If you went back to 2017 and someone was a hardcore third-person lover and you told them, yeah, don't worry, we're going to have third-person competitions in 2025, but they're going to have Panzerfaust, they're going to have mortars, they're going to have booster grenades, you might see their brain just completely short-circuit out. Because how do you even envision what that's going to look like?
Yeah, it's a very, very different game from back in that day. But Cammy, I've just got you know the way that sometimes we get the script of a game? I've just got the script for this, and I'm sorry to let you know that there's no bolty kills or tire popping in this one.
What? I'm out. Bring Godspeed back in.
That
is not what I signed up for. Listen, what happened to the PUBG that I love back in my day? Make PUBG great again.
What would that be? An MPGA hat?
Yeah. How do you say that as an acronym? I don't know. We're going to have a crack team of etymologists work that one out, of language experts work that one out.
Yeah, I'm not, with my accent and the way I say things, I'm not even going to try.
No, please don't.
He landed
and he landed 10 out of 10.
There's no way. Didn't we? You know what? In FPP, he doesn't stick that landing. I swear.
It's true. It's true. Listen, this is a throwback. TPP, it's a throwback to 2017, including cars flying up in the air randomly.
The one thing I will say is I would have loved to have seen what that was like in FPP, driving that truck to you're driving side by side, so you've done a full 360 sideways and you're going to pick it up. And another thing that I'd like to see in FPP be sneak attack, rocking the crate weapon. He's got an MG3 Cammy, which was described to me once by a player in EU as if you peek over a ridgeline and the other guy has an MG3, you're dead.
Oh yeah, MG3 is, I'm gonna say it. Listen, hot take here, guys. That's actually not true. MG3 is the second best weapon in the game, only defeated by the P90, which I still hold is borderline overpowered.
I like it though. You need it. You need an overpowered gun to let people, appreciate the other guns inside the game.
Huh?
You don't agree?
No one let Gibson be on a balance team. That's not how this works.
No. You need to have something that's just that little bit more powerful. Like, back when the Tommy was the best gun in the game in crates.
Okay, no. It's like you're like some monarch in an ivory tower. It's like, I need to have this much money over the peons below me, so they have something to strive for.
Yeah, come on. But to be honest, I will never be that guy with all that money, so it's fine.
Listen,
we can't all be Poro.
At the risk of opening up some socio-political controversies now, it sounds like you have been way too close to the British Isles for a perspective like that. It's rubbed off on you and not in the right way.
As long as you always say I'm from Ireland, unlike Roth did, and when we did that content piece, we'll always be okay.
Listen, I just say those islands up there, I don't want to go into the back and forth of like the British Isles and surrounding territories, or what counts as England, or I'm 50 states is enough for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm glad you think that 50 is enough. Moving on.
Well, 51, but only because Puerto Rico counts as well.
And we'll move on to this one as Gabri spots out Kurt rotating through in the pony. You've left one teammate behind, but for Team Liquid, everyone's there. Cammy, I'm looking at the map. Yeah. Has a single team gone for the 2-2 split? Or has everybody just said, yeah, we're here, we're there? Oh my god, Shrimsy. Bye, Finna.
Yeah, actually even going for the flush instead of taking Adam out. Perhaps they didn't expect the OAZ to be that close behind, but Shrimzy is wrapping around for a different angle. Grenade at the ready from Adam. And Valley, it's going to try and respond. Michael, I think, is turning around. Michael's also quite low. Adam is sticking the res, though. No fear. Understands the stakes. Just wants to try and equalize things back into a 4v4. But look at Tiggleton. Look at the minimap. He's going to be swinging by with a classic drive-by.
Yeah, he's got himself somebody riding shotgun as well. No, he didn't. It was just the signal. But yeah, Tiggleton, he peeks across. There's Finna. He's going to fall into the hands of the MK. Adam, well, he is completely trapped and he's at the whims now of Shrimzy. They'll peek up over, he spots them, but the stun grenade's great. It forces Shrimzy back into cover here, Cam. And Michael's just out of there. Michael's had enough.
He's looking for an angle. He's going out in the blue, but we need Michael to get involved. He's been trying to rejoin the party for the past 20 seconds, but look at the circle. Look at the zone. It's going all the way down towards the south. It's committing towards Team Liquid's position south of that river. So at least that means that teams know which side of the river they need to be on. But for the fight up here, it does suddenly make it a lot more difficult. Thankfully, for Falcons, they were able to get those kills, and at least for Team Empire, it sucks to lose 2 players, but there was now nothing keeping them hanging around. They can just make their own rotation, despite, unfortunately, having lost 2 players.
How close to being perfectly parallel are those 2 E-pickups, though, by the way?
Ooh.
My little brain's looking at it going, that's pretty damn close as D will get a knock and flush on the rotate onto what it takes. Al-Qudsiya, by the way, 2 weeks ago, had one of the best bridge camps I've seen on Tego. They got 7 kills on a bridge camp.
Ooh, that's good. Could be baited into continuing here, but BL and the rest of Working in Silence are already on point. So instead, Al-Qudsiya are going to be driving a bit towards the west, mostly just avoiding a lot of the potential conflict that's going to be coming in from the east around Fishing Camp. Still 16 teams. I'm shocked that the map feels so, I guess, unpopulated. I guess it is only phase 2, but PUBG Esports and Baki, they're going to try and lower that population count as much as they can here. They got a knock onto a member of Bestia. Vinny was spotted going over to a separate rock, and Baki is shepherding the rest of his squad into this fight, trying to continue to abuse the high ground advantage they have here in this engagement.
I feel like Bestia has just been fighting knocks all night long from the midpoint of every single map. I think they might just get that res off here, Cammy. Player that might not get res though was Sam Crow, because he's been knocked behind the rock, and DNL, who was the star of that drive-by shotgun assault a little earlier, will reposition on the side. Emmy tosses that nade up, but the nade might just find the flush, because Capitan, with some great off-angle cover, gets the knock, and Emmy will get the flush. Toyo picking up some points for fun, as Bestia now turn their attention back to 55.
Oh! Great maneuvering around the rock, but it is going to be a little bit of a trade there. 2 for 1 in the engagement right now. Mime with the grenade in hand. This one could be good. I think Tris, no, goes for the kill, is able to get it, but gets knocked by the grenade regardless. But Mime is the last one standing now for Bestia, and then Mixtail off on the side angle goes to confirm all of those points. Down to 7 HP. 3 kills for them so far. How many more can he get caught between a crossfire? Between 55.
Question is, how close are we to prime time? Not yet. Not yet. That's the knock. 55, pick up another one. DNL Toyo is targeting the head of the snake as they move their way through, but I feel like, there we go, spray over to the 4X. Not going to get the job done, and they'll manage to get both players across the bridge. Tiggleton will get an easy knock and flush onto Roger from Team Quesito. Team Quesito, it feels like they should have more points than 4Cam. It feels like they've been way more involved than a 4-point team tonight.
Yeah, you got to get the kills, though. You don't get points by getting killed, no matter how many knocks you get, unfortunately. If you got points for knocks, that would completely change the game. You would allow revives, you basically trade. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're never going to get to that point. Phase 3 comes in. It's going to be a bit towards the east. A fair bit of water still left in play here. Toyo's gonna have to try and cross this bridge, and I see Empire and El Proyecto out there still in the blue on the east of Fishing Camp. They have another bridge out there that they can cross over, but they could run into each other. But D is looking for a quick little knock on a Shap. Nice intro damage with a follow-up. Cannot find the bullets. There it is. They're able to knock it out. A nice final headshot on the retreat.
Al-Qudsiya now picking up 3 kills there as they're essentially almost doubling their point tally from the night so far in the early stages of this game. 14 minutes gone. See, 45 players left alive. It's that theme we spoke about, Cammy. Teams take a lot more casualties in TP in the early to mid game, and always seems to be through rotations because of the fact that we're seeing teams set up those traps.
Right. I also think, so this is what I was teasing earlier on about like the patterns that I was seeing. It's only been 2 maps on Miramar, but it also makes sense logically, where because holding a position is so much more powerful in third person, that means that teams are less likely to go for either crashes or even just early game sends to a position, whether they know a central spot has been taken or not. So it seems to be that it is sort of pushing these teams to playing even more aggressively on the edge and going for these edge fights where they can, rather than trying to go for the gamble. Because if you lose that gamble on making a rotation to the middle, it's an even more aggressive loss than other formats.
Yeah, Liquid for Luminosity pushing up. Luke 12 moving up on top of the rock, not being afraid of the shots that Luminosity were firing whatsoever. But I think he turned tail. I think this is the right thing. You just about get out of there. The Dacia will keep you protected from these shots from Vox and Team Liquid. They've got center circle, Cammy, but I'm looking at the position on the map. Is it a circle that you want to be in the center of? Because it's going to shift back towards the south and you'll be on the edge. And are they in that little container spot? Right? That's what there's a couple of containers.
Yeah. Ooh, wait a second. Visitor, wait, try that one again. You saw the blood. I know you saw the blood splatter. Go for more. Kickstart is having to drop way back down. In fact, might already be in the passenger seat. Starting some heals there, but no, just going to go for the land. Yeah, glider pulled away. But to your question about Team Liquid, they do have better cover where they are, but I don't think it's going to be a position of power, a position of agency, as it were. But Falcons now, they've been pushing in from the north. They only have 3 kills, and I believe also 2 of them were Empire. 1 of them was from Roger. And this could be the 4th here. Double blue zone on a sneak attack. I don't think he's going to get enveloped by both.
He's just about got away with it, Cammy. Just about. Did he also have a full med kit? Because he went straight back up to 100. I think he might have just done that. So he's not too bad, but that zone shift. Look who the only team in the center of the circle is now, Cammy. LG on those hills, which I've seen Falcons win a lot of games playing from that position that we see LG in right now.
Yeah, I mean, as a contrast of center with agency or without, Luminosity, they, compared to Liquid, have a lot of agency from that high ground position, but the cover isn't as strong. As you can see, Liquid off in the distance, they're a bit more compacted in, and the hard cover, I think, is more dynamic, less dynamic, more sort of binary to play around. Al-Qudsia, though, coming in from the northwest, they were avoiding fighting earlier on, want to set themselves up in a better position where they go for these engagements, and now is the time to really get activated. Toyo also swimming across, not even taking the bridge like I thought they might have towards the east. And they have some members already on the coastline to help defend them from the eyes of potentially Dangerous and Typhon.
I'm trying to work out what their next play is, though. You get on the coastline, you move in towards the circle, you don't have any vehicles. Are you hoping to maybe catch a team by surprise? Well, potentially Dangerous. They might just get caught out by the nade. The first one does a little bit of damage, but Nightavon will throw one back as a rebuttal. But look at Infinite on the side as Nightavon will fall with that first nade from Psycho. Infinite is still playing the low ground, but not quite getting the step up just yet as Typhon holding their position so far. But I don't think Psycho knows. He's got no clue because he's stuck so close to that coastline.
Yeah, even with the third-person peek over the ridge, you still can't quite spot this player out. They seem to know that he exists. Readying their grenade, but it's going for a what? Oh, okay, Mario. I thought that might have been some accidental self-grenade, but the grenade coming in from Mario is going to activate the rest of the squad. But out the open, though, Psycho with a really nice first knock and potentially Dangerous. They do get eliminated. That knock, they needed a lot more than that, and they weren't able to find it.
Yeah, now we turn our attention to Santastico for working in silence. He's out by himself, but he had to take those shots because Benya was about to find him. And now Emma is going to push up for some revenge. FAMAS in his hands, but no level 3 gear to go with it, as he's going to go prone for now. Capitan. We spoke about this team moving in from the coastline, and Santa will get shut down by that FAMAS from Emmy. And that'll be an easy kill picked up. The rest of the team nowhere near close enough to do any real damage. And Cammy, while all that was going on, El Proyecto have just leapfrogged them ahead into the circle.
Yeah. Just say, we'll take that. Yoink. Pulling that position away. It's not a great position. It's barely inside the circle. Actually, it's not even inside the circle at all. We do see Typhon get eliminated, and Kraken's gone down, going back to El Proyecto for a brief moment. But the reason why they had to play so aggressively towards the north is because that's the only cover that they have, avoiding working in silence and Team Liquid. Emmy goes down to RBN. It's confirmed by the Mini 14. Spray comes out, and the Blues already enveloped. El Proyecto, they gotta steal this position away.
Yeah, that could be a really good nade. That could be a really good nade indeed. And Posa tried to run away from Ruben, but the nade will do the damage. El Proyecto leapfrogged the position, and not only did they leapfrog the position away, they leapfrogged them in the queue to get into the lobby for the next game as well. Working in silence, they've got Valiant, who's still alive, by the way, for Empire inside the blue, because it's just what they do, okay? Don't ask questions, just enjoy it, as finally LG have somebody pushing them inside the center of the circle. But Cammy, look at the drops. They are fully kitted out.
Yeah, center of the zone. All of that gear provided to them. But AKA, they might have looked to pushing onto Luminosity, but Alcudia arriving behind them. And now 55. This has suddenly, in 2 seconds, gotten to be incredibly complicated. I do see Luminosity pulling away from this, letting this fight happen out on its own. They don't want to get involved before they absolutely have to, but vehicles are coming aflame. Now Kutsia getting a knock and a kill onto Jube 7 from also known as.
Yeah, Gladiator's shield has been removed from play now as well, as he'll step up over that ridgeline using the smoke, but no bunny hop. Is he just using the edge of the smoke to get an idea of where the rest of the Alcudia players are? This doing a massive favor to LG, allowing them to fully focus on Falcons and what it takes on the other side, as mortar strikes will land right on top of that hill as well. But Alcudia, they're playing this smart. They're being reserved. They didn't get a knock, so they're not getting overly aggressive off the back of it. It's nice to see that bit of restraint, at least at this point.
Ooh, great knock on Dartek. Bizzler does go down to Tiggleton, so Falcons, they are still trying to stay in the kill feed as much as they can. Valiant also gets a knock onto Souls. Capitan goes down. Toyo get eliminated. They're able to get one placement point at least. Down to 7 squads, 21 alive. Liquid, we see them on the map for a brief moment coming on in. There's Michael. So Empire, they split their 2 remaining members, one in the north, one in the south. This is the hedging that you were expecting, but this is just because they lost 2 players early. It had nothing to do with the water that we saw in phase 1.
I just love the fact that Michael's still Madden in the blue, though. It's just what we've come to expect here in the Americas. Dartek, as you said, is down. Nanu took a ton of damage as well, and Roth now peeking over that ridgeline. M249 in the hands of Snakers on the other side of this, so Roth will want to be a little bit cautious. Nanu falling at the hands of Vox now and quickly dealt with on that side, as there's now 7 teams alive, 18 players up. Gladiator wants to go for the res, but Cowboy's not going to allow it. I said I wanted to see a bit of reservation and then aggression at the right time, and that's exactly what Alcudia have done.
Ooh, Cowboy does go down to Gats. Might have overstepped just a touch. We see Liquid also. They were arriving in from the north. The distraction that Luminosity have from being approached from the east, that's an opening, a potential opening for Liquid to have abused. And we also see Falcons. Sorry, I meant west. Now Falcons, they're the team that are coming from the east, and there is not a lot of cover in play. I forget which one of you two, you or Godspeed, said it, but yeah, this area of Tego especially, very, very open. You have trees, you have rocks, and you have maybe a hill, a defilade, to use a throwback term in of its own, to play around. But it's so risky to take any fight and make yourself visible at all.
Yeah, the trees, as we said, the trees are death in TPP. Someone could be behind any one of them, as Alcudia will need to reposition themselves once more, being proactive with the zone shifting away from them. The further north they go, Cammy, the closer they get to working in silence, who have also decided they need to get their bug out pack on, as BL will go to secure this rock.
Alcudia want to take the space, but I'm just looking at what's in front of them, and it's difficult. They do see the smoke, I believe, that RBN deployed outside of the outside of that shack. It looked like they already knew that there was a player in there, so it's not so much the information that they gained from that. And now back on the Falcons, 6 kills for them. Eyes on to Michael. Michael needs to run down from that high ground. That's a very, very difficult push, very difficult move for him to have to make, especially now that teams like Falcons and others are eyeing that position. In fact, he's just going to deny to the blue, playing this as conservative as possible. Empire Gaming do get eliminated. 6 teams remain.
Yeah, they're still in 9th place overall, though. The gap to LG probably going to grow a little bit. Maybe we'll see Al-Qudsiyah jump over them as well. But a lot of big names inside this lobby hoping to get the win. Kickstart thought about peeking up over towards Team Liquid, but the angle was held on the other side by Al-Qudsiyah as we lose another member of Working in Silence. That point picked up by Cowboy as Al-Qudsiyah coming to life now in the Edge Gaming. Rate that fort out of 10, Cammy. Well, how do you rate the Team Liquid vehicle and shield fort in the middle of the circle?
Pretty not great. It's something. It's certainly not the classic 7 UAZs in a V formation that I sort of equate with a proper fort. But you know what? Considering the tools they had to play with, it's not bad. Could be fortified further. The real danger is now at this point in PUBG's lifespan, everyone is so good at utility, it is kind of just being asked to get grenaded. And that's not even considering if anyone has a mortar, which I haven't seen one yet, so I don't think anyone does. But you never know. You never know what's hiding in someone's trunk.
Yeah. All that matters, though, Cammy, is that Team Liquid like their fortress, right? If they're happy with it, we're happy.
If they're happy, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. Relo gets a nice knock onto Vox as Al-Qudsiyah used that as a perfect time to get on the move. There was no question marks, no doubts. As soon as that knock came through, they got on the move. You asked for a mortar, you got one. And it destroys
I didn't ask for it. Well, no, don't put this on me. It's not my fault that they're getting mortared.
Yeah, well, the fort's gone. The fort walls have fallen, so they're going to play in the open again as Luminosity will fall in 6th place. Kickstart pushes up over that ridge line now. Thought he could get that knock on to Kurt, but a good blue zone might funnel the players in the position. But let's not forget about BL here, Cammy. He's got a good angle on the other side. Yeah,
he's waiting for the perfect time to strike. He's going to let these 2 teams play out as much as he can. Get a couple of knocks, and he's going to clean up the rest. Steal some kills, maybe get higher in the placements. But though, it looked like someone actually just had eyes on BL. Might have been Tickleton playing Overwatch 4 Falcons. Anchoring further onto the east side, pushing through the smoke. Kickstart does not see sparking. Oh, this is classic PUBG play at its finest. Hiding in a bush.
The fact that he's using every trick in the book, jumping over the smoke, using the UAZ for an angle and still couldn't see him, makes this even better. H-Win will fall. Kickstart's prone, but Luke 12 gets the point on the board, and Kick will start stepping up through it as the smoke begins to dissipate. BL still alive on the north as D will find the angle on the Tiggleton. He will be the next Falcon to fall as their wings are getting clipped on the edge, and never mind getting clipped, they've hit the dirt. Falcons fall in 4th place now. It's a 4v3v1. How the hell have Team Liquid still got 3 players up after all that fighting, as we have 1 player left for AKA as well? Look at Gladiator sneaking in from the other side. Nobody knows he's there.
Yeah, Al-Qudsiyah, they swung in from the west to the south, catching Falcons seemingly by surprise, or at the very least, sort of crashing into them with into the wall of Liquid to the north. But they completely circumvented Gladiator. A great grenade from Kurt takes Cowboy down. And so that is going to be the forces of Al-Qudsiyah equalized to Liquid, but they know that there is some other team left alive. At least they should. But oh, Relo had the jump, and Luke still comes out on top. Roth is there for the trade, but the last member standing retakes that fight with Kurt. This is insane. 1v1v1 now.
There's no way Gladiator can win this one from inside the blue. Stepping in, he's 31 HP. He sees sparking. He's the last player.
Gladiator, that's 2 points in front of you.
Come on, he can go for it. He can get it. Roth falls, and now we'll see the opportunity. 4x on the AUG. The time to be passive is not now. A couple of taps from Gladiator, and you're in a 1v1 now with Al-Qudsiyah. Kill confirmed, and now it is Roth against Gladiator for the win. The blue is at his back, Cammy. Roth has full control of the center of the circle. Because like you said, that 1 kill is 2 points. So AKA, he made us wait a little bit for it, but he got his reward for being a snake.
Right now against Roth, center of phase 8, center of the game. He's standing virtually exactly where the game is going to end, and there is no cover between Gladiator and Roth's position, so he's gonna have to land some amazing shots, but Roth is also gonna have to give it to him. Goes for the peek, Gets some good damage out. Re-peaks with the 6x. Playing with the scoot at this point, but okay, yeah. Also making sure that he can't deny. Gets the final point, and that's going to be Alcudzia with a 12-kill victory. 0 points game 1, 1 point game 2, and they are slingshotting themselves so much higher on the leaderboard after this one game.
Joy's right. Isn't it Godspeed seeing a team just fly up the leaderboard in one game, especially when the first two didn't go their way at all?
That is. It's also nice to see all the teams that were doing well in PAS and FPP are continuing consistency in TPP. Falcons working in silence, Bestia, Alcudzia now obviously having a good game. Yeah, so obviously there's skills that translate well to both perspectives.
No, and I think that you never know until you actually see the games happen. And I do wonder how many people that are big fans of PUBG Esports, whether they are hardline FPP, TPP, or somewhere in between, might have thought that the two styles are so different from each other. But like at the end of the day, the gunplay is the same, the tools are the same. We've talked a lot about how the perspective difference can open things up, but we're not talking like a completely different game. It's sort of just a different version of the same game. So yeah, I'm with you, Godspeed. I'm not really surprised at all to see these good players that are good in one perspective also good in another. Here is the full match leaderboard though, Gibson. Alcudzia with 22 points, a big drop down to Liquid in in second place with 13 points. But regardless, this was a super scrappy game with a lot of backstabbing and a lot of very complicated 3-4 team engagements. So it also doesn't really surprise me that this one is probably one of the more spread out, evenly spread kill totals so far today.
Yeah, you're bang on. It was just bedlam and chaos in the first 10 minutes as well, with players falling left, right, and center. Like we saw DNL get a shotgun drive-by kill. So it's good to see the points being more spread out. I think it's also nice to see the likes of Liquid and Alcudzia, who didn't have the best start to tonight, picking up nice points hauls in that one to keep that leaderboard nice and tight. But what about Falcons, right? 10 more points for them. I think it might just be enough, Cammy. We'll see the full leaderboard in a second, but I think they're pretty close to top spot now.
Right, especially with El Proyecto only getting 3. Actually doing the math, quick numbers in my head, because it was like a 4-point difference. Yeah, they'd have to be in first place now, retaking their top spot at the top of the Americas leaderboard. And yes, indeed, 36 to 33. And Toyo, they're still up in the mix as well, which is strange because they really struggled, it looked like, in the previous game. But hey, 28 points, can't knock that, can you, Godspeed?
Nope, you can't knock that at all. And I'm just very excited that AKA finally didn't get panzer camped in the first circle of the first 2 games. They actually made it out. And hey, look what happened. They were able to get a healthy amount of points. So good on them. AKA would like to see them get more. But yeah, I mean, we have 3 days of play, right? We still have quite a lot of games ahead. So this is still early days. A lot of these teams who are struggling may find their footing, also may be able to find some adjustments in the perspective difference. So Team Casito is obviously one of those teams that I'm looking at to start making some adjustments, but we're also moving into a new map, so we'll see how they do there.
Right, yeah, you're right. It's only been 3 maps so far. It's an entire best of 18 this entire weekend for the PUBG Players Masters here, so this is nowhere close to being set in stone, but it does kind of worry me that it is a lot of the regular people at the top again. We got Falcons up there. We even have Alcudzia up there. El Proyecto and Toyo, they're up there. Barring Liquid and Luminosity, who are having their own struggles in the middle of the leaderboard. As much as there's a reason we play these competitions and the best teams are usually the best, it is still a bit interesting to see that. I just hope that we're not going to see the same teams just really run away with this. I agree. I do want to see teams that are currently farther on the leaderboard have an answer to the power that we've been seeing come out from the teams that are now currently at the top. I know that was a lot of just random competition desk words, Gibson, but I know you understood that there was something in there.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, it's the whole concept of seeing new players come in and commit, because at the end of the day, this competition is open for anybody to register and join, right? You just got to enter the scrims, you can qualify for the Player Cup, and we did see a couple of teams of players that I'd never seen before coming into a Kami, and all I'm going to say is I think they did find the jump a lot different. Like, yes, it's a different format, but it's still Falcons. It's still El Proyecto. Like, the recoil is the exact same. It's just the vision is a little different.
Yeah, and you're right, the jump is a lot. So hopefully these new players that are interested in third person are able to stick it out. And maybe by the end of this year, we're going to be seeing a lot more different players in the mix on these leaderboards on the Masters towards the end of 2025. But speaking of jumps, we're going to jump to a break before we go to Rondo and the double Erangel to end out the night. This is only day number 1 of a 3-day sprint here, or opposite of a sprint. It's a long endurance run. You know what I mean. We're going to go to a break. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates and will begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. I hope you got your drinks, got your snacks. I hope you pet your dog, because at this point on tonight, it is full steam ahead. And that starts off with Rondo before we round out with the final two Erangel. If you're just joining, my name is Cameron Davis. You can read it right below me as well. Joined by Gibson and Godspeed, and we will be continuing to take you through all of the third-person PUBG action tonight. And listen, it's been a great time so far. Gibson, you've already been experiencing the PUBG's Players Cup to this point, but this is Godspeed and my first time on the desk, actually in the commentary booth, as it were, the virtual booth that we're currently surrounded by.
I'm surrounded.
It's been fun. We've had yeah, I know, I'm becoming a mime. So El Proyecto Falcons, Alcatia coming out with wins, but a couple other teams also keeping themselves in the mix a good amount of these games so far. But going into Rondo, is there any team, Gibson, that stands out as one that you think is going to have perhaps an advantage, whether that is based on Rondo or maybe just a gut feeling that they're going to be doing good this next match?
I just feel like the way that they've been playing all night, that working in silence or duo win, you know, they're in and amongst it every single game. They're getting involved. I feel like they're owed it, right? I don't think we had a repeat winner until the very last map in EU earlier today. So I think maybe we'll keep that trend going in NA as well. I'm going to go for working in silence to take this one.
All right. I don't hate that. And Godspeed. So as we're sort of continuing to explore this third person area, is there this new world, this new universe, is there anything that you want to see teams start to do more? I mean, it's, you know, listen, I exist in first person. Maybe there's an alternative Cameron Davis somewhere that exists in third person. It's a different universe.
Maybe he plays golf.
Maybe he plays golf.
Did we make that? Oh, I think we're onto something, Gibson.
For me, it's about it's just about the adjustments these guys are making in just as these games go on, right? As we go into Masters, as we do multiple events a year, like who is going to be able to adjust, and then realistically, who's actually going to start to enjoy the process of playing in a different perspective, right? That's what it comes down to for me, because a lot of these teams have been training and practicing when it comes to competitive and FPP for years. So again, it's just who is going to be able to adapt the quickest and who is going to really learn the intricacies of TPP in order to gain that advantage.
This is wild. I think I'm looking at the map. I think we're seeing multiple hot drops. Maybe it's because of the northern plane path, but Godspeed, we're gonna have to let you go early because Bestia are collapsing in onto Empire Citizen with one. Has to reload to get the second. And what a wild start Gibson to Rondo.
Oh, what am I watching? Two of them fall. He just sprinted past them. Didn't even worry about the shot. Spinner will find the knock though as this hot drop continues. Silzen now down to 16 HP. No meds at all. Draft King, as you can see, has got no helmet. Mime with just a pistol to use as there's no loot here, Cammy. Like, what are you dropping for? You've got barely enough things to get one person ready to fight. Never mind two full squads. But I think Mime, he gets his one with a pistol. Who was I to doubt Mime at that moment in time? Best you get the kills. 4 points on the board. You do lose one. Falcons have lost one as well here, Cammy, as the battle goes on for Neox Factory.
Oh, Shrimsy's already been lost. Carrot goes down to H-Win. And that is a bolt that I see on the back of Kickstart, so I'm waiting to see that one get deployed. Carrick is confirmed. A little micro Uzi action coming out from H-Win, and Tickleton is quickly approaching across the field. He's ziglining just because, the threat at the roof of that factory. You never know if someone's going to be peeking over, especially hiding behind. Are those? I never actually looked into it. Are those
solar panels? Solar
panels? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. It would work well because it is Neox Factory and they make those electric buses, so it'd be a bad look if there was a big, massive power plant outside it.
Hey, are those things hooked up? They could be powered by coal, but like buried below the actual factory itself, and that's just there for image.
Well, look, we just got to go by what we can see. Look, is that that's like a wind tunnel? What do you call it? Windmill. There's a windmill there as well. Look, yeah.
It's not on though. Is there no wind in Rondo?
Not today. Maybe tomorrow.
It's the most still static air possible. And I'm already uncomfortable thinking about it. We do see phase number 1. It's a bit towards the east. It's not exactly test track, but you know what? As much as I'd like to resist the meme of it's always test track, I'm starting to think that this one's going to be test track again, this game.
Yeah, it's close to the center. It's not far away from the center of the circle at all. So don't be surprised if it continues to shift this way. But, Cammy, one of the teams I want to talk about, we can see them on the northeast of the circle. Team Quesito. I had high hopes for them coming in tonight. But losing a player, or not losing a player, but just not having Lucha available to play tonight has impacted them, right? Because you and I, you said that we talked about scrims, and yes, scrims are not a way to judge a team. It's more so to judge mechanical ability.
Real quick, do you see the totally, actually, wait, fair use now, the Mickey Mouse image now with the circle and the 2 EMPs?
Yeah. Don't worry, I see it. I can see it.
And you know what? Mice like cheese. Team Casito, back to you.
The great segue. Great
Thank
segue.
You.
But yeah, I think losing Lucha and not having him available tonight's a big impact because he's a high impact player. And as I was kind of saying, scrims, you can't judge a team. Yeah, they're going to win PAS based on it, but you can certainly judge mechanical ability, which is what Benya might just be about to show us.
But here's the vehicles. How can you not? And then right into his waiting arms goes for the spray. Stamcrow tried to seat swap away from danger, but the damage was too much, and Benya just needed one more bullet to get the point. And hey, look at that free vehicle. Thank you very much. Don't mind if I do. As Toyo coming in from the south, they are widespread off of their drop, and I don't know if that's because that's where they planned to drop originally or because the high north plane path forced them to make some adjustments to how they landed and looted, and then going forward, survive. But there were a number of teams that we saw on the map before we pulled into that engagement that were just going into Knox Factory after Knox Factory after Knox Factory. There are about 4 teams there now, I think, and who's to say that other people won't be joining?
Yeah, we got 4, right? Typhon, El Proyecto, aka Falcons are there. And, you know, you spoke about this Toyo drop spot. How often do we see them take that compound? That's just to the east side of Neox Factory as well. I think that's what Capitan is currently playing in, so that's what they like to do. This is where I'd like to see something mad happen. Get us over towards Mayran. You know, get us away from this factory. Have everybody move, because you know that we spoke about this. It makes the game a bit predictable for these teams when they all think, okay, it's test track circle, everybody's going to funnel and bank on it. Let's change things up a little.
Liquid now coming in from the west through stadium, through bamboo, which I still won't get over the fact that when I was exploring Rondo, I saw a named location. I landed and there was 2 loot spawns and that was it. Really upset, really mad. I ran out with my, I think it was a pistol and a stack of bandages. So
that's still more loot than you used to get in old PUBG when you'd land. You'd get like a jacket, a pair of trousers, and a pistol. If you're lucky.
Yeah.
It's like, hell yeah, I found a jacket on the ground. Let's go. Never forget getting the PlayerUnknown's coat. Biggest dub I ever had in a crate.
Oh, right. God, again, just going to the third person is making all of us get nostalgic for the early days. But look, everyone is just trying to get closer and closer to Knox Factory, and they're just driving around each other. Alcazia got cut off by Potentially Dangerous, and now they're turning south towards Toyo. Kurt gets a kill, or at least a knock, onto Posa. I imagine that's likely going to turn into a full kill, but the rest of El Proyecto have arrived. Perhaps they can try and fight back, but this is all directly under the nose of Test Track, of Knox Factory. It feels like even more aggressive than an FPP. Teams are focused on this one position. Oh no, what's happened to Pippa? Oh no, what's happened to Pippa?
Yeah, he's done. He's done. He's seat swapping. But yeah, you're gonna lose Pippa. Alcazia. You know what? They trapped him like an animal, catch and prey. They worked to... You know when you see those clips? I'll pick it up in a second because Emmy might be about to fall here as well. The Potentially Dangerous. Yeah, he does. Gabriel's gonna get that knock. Do you know those clips when you see like the killer wheels with the seal on the ice and they're like tipping it over?
Right.
That's just what Alcazia did to poor Pippa.
To translate to American audiences, he said killer whales, not killer wheels.
Killer whales,
I just wanted to get ahead of any sort of confusion. I was thinking like some big giant wheel with like barbs and spikes just rolling across the Arctic ice, which is a very interesting image, but unfortunately not something based in reality.
We've made some changes.
Kraken using the perspective change to peek around the rock haven as well. Quick peeking with the gun at the ready to be able to fire faster, though it does make him more vulnerable to getting shot in return. But Luke gets taken down by Kraken. Goes for the secondary shots, doesn't get another knock. But the grenade not dealing the return. I wonder if El Proyecto, yeah, it looks like they're not going to be able to fully collapse onto this engagement. They're going to wait for more knocks, more damage, and that could allow for Luke to get revived, but Kurt goes down.
Yeah, Alo's getting the res off onto Luke 12, but the two blues on that bubble stopped El Proyecto from pushing any further. Jumping over to another fight, Benya with the Panzer at the ready, or AK in English, it's called the Tank Fist for anybody who wanted to learn some trivia about the Panzer Faust. Jumping back over, though, Kraken finds Sparking, he'll find Alo as well, and it looks like Team Liquid are about to get ran through. And let's keep an eye on the top picture as well, Cammy. Al-Qudsiya getting closer and closer to Benya. He has the Panzer at the ready. He's going to throw it. He hits one. And there's the city. Oh, he gets taken down. He almost got himself a double bit of damage. But Team Liquid, they're going to get eliminated. And I think that for Toyo, they've just got one player left standing. Oh, what? That one player left standing's just done a number on them. Capitan.
I cannot track any of this in the kill feed on the map. This is wild. These early fights, they're not stopping. Everyone's going towards Nox Factory, going towards Test Track, and they are committing into these early engagements to really plant their flag. Phase 2 is going to continue to go towards Nox Factory. In fact, it is so Test Track as we see Capitan and Toyo finally go down. But this is so Test Track that it is the exact center. Falcons, they go up in the air and they come right back down from the E pickup to take the roof.
Cammy, I have an idea. Why don't we just like get a soundboard of like us casting one game on Test Track and just use it every time we get the map? Because it happens that often.
There's so much more that happens in a game than the location. Gibson,
but I'm sure there's loads of clips of you saying, "Oh, Falcons fighting with Best," you know. No.
Do you want to go through everything and map all of that out?
Hell yeah, that'd be fun. I'd do it.
Listen, you come to me with the completed product, then we'll talk.
You'll use it. He'll use it. You call it Shark
I never said
Tank,
that. I said we'll talk.
Yeah, Shark Tank UK. We call it Dragon's Den in Europe. You know, it was a Shark Tank we use, right? That's my idea. But you and I still get paid, regardless.
It's true, they're using our likeness with the voice and everything.
Anyway, LG, they'll rotate down that main road right by Neox Factory. They've got what it takes with all the Test Track to themselves a little bit further away as Kickstar gets a great knock onto Silzen, and that's going to be confirmed straight away. Tiggleton will find that knock onto DraftKing as well as the DMRs bring on out. And as we see DMR knock after DMR knock after DMR knock, and Cammy, it's we gotta show some love to our newly retired Sharp Shot as well. It was one of the best DMR and Baltic players to do it in North America. We'll miss seeing Sharp in the lobbies.
A single manly tear rolls down my cheek. My goat, Sharp Shot. He would have loved this. I don't know. Maybe he did. Maybe he's played Rondo. He's played Rondo. He's not dead. He's played Rondo before. But yeah, so just looking at the picture-in-picture, we see Team Falcon up in Nox Factory still abusing the high ground and really doing a lot of damage to Bestia. The combo that El Proyecto just stole from Liquid is now getting approached by another team. We'll see if they can't do the same, if we can't repeat the engagement. Though there is a member of Sam Prismo also pushing in. So I think the actual details are a bit different here.
Yeah, Team Casino, they got to worry about Sam Crismo, who are just pushing up over the high ground behind them now, which will buy, I think, a little bit of reprieve for El Proyecto inside that compound. So you got to be careful about that as all this happens towards the north. We're inside of phase 2. We're down to 40 players left alive already, so it's been a heavy bleed here on Rondo during this game so far. The one thing El Proyecto do have is plenty of toys to work with. You know, you can get all that utility that was left by Team Liquid. You've got all the smokes that are still going off, Cammy. Like, it's still look, there's still tons in reserve. Like, Haven might not have smokes, but he's got nades, mollies, and stun grenades that he can use to put up a protective wall.
Yeah, the problem is, it looks like Sam Prismo. Okay, I spoke. I didn't even say what I was gonna say. It looks like Kashap does get a knock on a project here. Bars the trade, though. It looked like Sam Crismo and Team Casito were not interested in fighting each other and just wanted to fight a Proyecto, but no, the opening is there. And especially now with the circle favoring the north goes back their direction, it does give them more reason to fight over their position rather than just bail and try and circumvent this angle going into test track.
How many times have we said that going into phase 3? Team Casito, though, they got that res off, and now they turn their attention back up to DNL coming down the hill. The knock on to Shap is where DNL is trying to go to find that res, and while all this is happening, Frost has got to hold the line. Your job is to buy time to make sure that DNL can get up that hill and get that res off on. And Cammy, I'm looking elsewhere around the map. We're seeing big rotates happening right now, and I think that... Oh, Roger, come on. One more. There you go. Robert's the one that finds that knock on the Frost, and he's not going to get the flush. Yeah, he got it. He got the flush.
Yeah, no one was there to steal. But this is really not great for Sam Crismo. They were able to get the revive up on the high ground. Shap does get picked up, but Robert has gotten quite close. And at Proyecto, they've just been sitting in the compound. They haven't had... I mean, they haven't had much of a reason to get involved, but they also haven't had a lot of opportunities to, because there's at least one member of El Casito anchored down there, making sure that they behave. But Robert could be getting a bit too antsy here, overextending a touch, thinks better of it before truly crosses over into the danger zone.
Yeah, because you're exposed to El Proyecto here as well if you make this move the wrong way. So just buy yourself some time. You know that there's players up there. Don't throw your game just trying to get an extra point or two on the north. Get yourself in a position where you know that Sam Crismo have got to feed into your funnel later on, and play it that way. Play the long game.
Ooh. Spotted Gizero for a brief moment. But yeah, El Proyecto, they've lost a player, and they know that there's a lot of players to their north, so they're being quite conservative with how aggressive they want to be. Not to say that they're not a threat at all. Robert is focused on that angle for a reason, but as we head towards the southwest, west of test track 55, and what it takes, Ketter takes H11 Jr. down, confirms that kill, takes that point, puts it right in their pocket.
We had one of our EA players saying we wanted more Ketter cam as well, so there you go. That one's for you, Mixon, one of the guys that plays inside the EMEA circuit. You got your Ketter kill on the broadcast. One of the things I do like, Cammy, about TPP is getting to see all the nice skins as well. We've seen that nice Flying Wings helmet that's on. You got the nice fancy backpack. You got that's the cat pan, right? I'm not wrong that was the cat pan.
Listen, I'm not a skin cell. I can't name all these things.
What
I can recognize some of them, but there's no way that... What?
I've never heard that phrase before. Okay.
It's not as big of a thing in PUBG than it is in other titles. But okay, so the next phase 4, medium shift towards the east. AKA are looking good from their position, but there is so much of Nox Factory and Test Track that is still in the zone. I don't see how any team can really be safe if they go towards the center.
It's looking in towards the center. It is kind of AKAs. Really, they've got that compound that's there. Team Casito, they see the zone shift away from them, and they can probably move to that ridge line. But before you can do that, you need to deal with, or work, not really deal with Sam Crismo, but work out where they're pathing to. That's what Project's trying to do. Use the rock, see where the move's coming. The thing is, if I was Sam Crismo and I was rotating out of here, I'm taking the E-bus. Never mind, you're going to get shot at, but you want to be quiet about it.
Yeah, I mean, you want something to go your way, right? And they've dropped from the high ground, but oh, tire's getting popped. Shap is fish out of water now. Listen, I'm internally celebrating, yes. Externally, I was just stating the facts.
Well, I did tell you that we weren't going to get any tire pops on Tego, and I don't think we did. So it was nice of them to give you something to cheer for on Rondo.
No, I'm sure we had tire pops there. Come on. There's no way our tire doesn't get popped, even just incidentally.
Even if we didn't, I'm retconning it to say that we didn't. It's working in silence.
Understood.
55, rotating pass for spray from Souls. Won't do too much damage onto Mixtail. Mixtail, he'll go on his merry way. And there's Quan from Typhon hitting a hard amount of damage onto Souls to working in silence. We are just about inside the circle. Typhon, the next team to target 55 on this merry roundabout rotate that they're going to. And the next team coming up after they deal with, Falcon.
Oh.
Yeah, Falcons actually. Yes, please. And now here's Sam Crismo and then Casito. They couldn't have picked a busier rotate into the circle.
Yeah, that's not great, and it's also really unfortunate when you're driving one direction, you see another team driving the other direction into you. You start to wonder, wait a second, where are they running from? And so 55, they are trying to find some place to survive, and Trisk, I think, might be the last member up from this squad as Kickstart got a kill on the final member to try and leave the southern area. Let's see if Trisk can't survive. No choice but to go towards the center as we head back to Team Casito. Still only one kill for them, but they've made their way closer to El Proyecto's little baby compound. Just in terms of size, it's one little building, not a judgment on its quality.
That's the end of 55 Esports. Still 4 players up, at least for now, as maybe What It Takes might be able to find the flush. And Varas has got El Proyecto pushing him as he's solo on the other side. DNL dropping brings us down to 10 teams. Varas, you can't do this. You're going to... No! It's TPP. You can't just get away like that. You're going to run right on top of you and get that knock and flush as Team KZito will fall to 3 players left standing. Now, the benefit is they can spot them out, but as you try to get the knocks onto one team, What It Takes will catch Project out in the open. That's another player falling, and it's gone oh so bad for Team KZito in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, they had a really good advantage on top of El Proyecto, and Robin's gonna try and trade things back, able to get one, but instantly shut down before he can get a second by Gizera. But Team Casito's position is just getting torn apart because What It Takes has arrived on the west side. Casito had a good spot, but the timing was not there. They did not take El Proyecto out in time, and so that's a continuation of the strategy that is in PUBG. It stays around here, whether it's first person or third person. Timing is the most important thing that you need to be aware of and control as much as you can. Roger driving through, able to get away. Ooh, almost took Kawazine out on the pass, and Tony's able to get the final kill. Team Casito do go down in 10th place.
Yeah, but it was rough. Like, this rotate in now is not looking tough. Typhon took that ridge line that I thought KZito would have had their eyes on at one point, but they're getting backfilled by El Proyecto and What It Takes up on the north, but I think that What It Takes will reposition themselves. We got 9 teams left alive. El Proyecto do have a Dacia to make their way into the circle with, but a real question is, how do they path their way in? Because I'm looking at the rest of the map and everyone's playing the edge except for Working in Silence, who've taken the center of the circle for themselves.
I think El Proyecto just gotta push into some place and hope to be able to find their way out. That ridge in front of Kraken could be good, but I don't think it's in the zone. But taking a couple of shots from the crossfire on this road set up by Typhon. Yeah, Kraken's gonna go down and in fact get fully confirmed by Gladiator. So another kill going the way of AKA. Sitting on 4 so far in this round, currently 12th place on the overall leaderboard. So they are hoping to be able to use this game and their position here to squeeze out as many points as possible from Rondo.
AKA 4 players up, 12 points for them on the night so far. They've got 4 kills, but they'll be looking, as you said earlier on tonight, to continue to grow up that leaderboard. LG in 11th place with 4 players up, but they've got potentially Dangerous not too far away, and you can see that Infinite is holding the line because LG have got to push your way. Like, realistically, this is going to shift. It should shift in a way that will have LG pushing your way. So as the defensive side, as the team that can shoot towards LG, you have the benefit. Now, the other option for LG, Cammy, they can go south, but you run into a problem then called the Falcons. So LG have got to pick their next move very carefully.
Well, it all depends on where the next phase is going to go. Currently phase 5, 2 seconds away from seeing where phase 6 will favor, and it's going to continue to favor them. It's going to continue to favor Test Track, and now they can wait for Falcons to come into them, but What It Takes, they are now pushing into Working in Silence. El Proyecto does go down. Gizera dies to the blue. 8 teams remain. We are in placement points now, and we are exchanging frag grenades, and Biel's even got a peek past it. Stolen by Tony, but What It Takes now, they are getting shut down on their crash towards the center.
Yeah, that's great aggression from Working in Silence. They know they've only got 3 players up. They've not got a full 4. So you got to take the fight to the team crash and be proactive with it. They got some kills on the board, and What It Takes, it's all down to Keter. Is the last player alive as BL will confirm out that kill. Typhon, they're going to move this rotate. Not sure if it's a rotate this way or if they're just being an Uber for Psycho. Yeah, there's the 2 to the horn. It's like, get in the vehicle, That's not our fight to take. We've got to move inside the circle. But Cammy, really good hold by working in silence.
Yeah, listen, not just the frag grenades, but again, I think BL peeking over and getting that kill, or getting the knock rather, was the way to play it. Catching them off guards potentially. Mime goes down to AKA. I believe Bestia do get eliminated. Yes, indeed. McKenna now trying to trade things back, but last player standing, and that's going to be it. Tony with another kill. 5 kills for that player so far. What it takes. So now eliminated. They take this position. Typhon and Falcons also roll up. Still not quite in the zone, but they're getting shot to such low HP from AKA. They're going to have to bump across that road, and I don't think it's going to be an easy path.
No, it's not. It really isn't. They're nearly hoping for something to happen with AKA that would distract them, but I can't see that happening as things stand. So we'll look at the rest of AK. So Nanu's feeding information. His job is to scout out the north side of the circle, work out where Typhon could rotate from Cammy. But as you said earlier, that zone shift, it buys LG and PD a bit more time as the fight between working in silence and Typhon kicks off, and Ruben drops a great nade in.
Really good knock, and now the confirm. Though AKA they're taking so many fights. They're getting involved not just against Falcons, but also against that central engagement. Falcons do get eliminated. That happened really fast, and it really was a team effort. AKA potentially dangerous, Luminosity Gaming, but back into the center, working inside. That's RBN, still peeking over, dodging frag grenades, dodging some attempt, some response by Tony, and Psycho is there further towards the north, but the angle just doesn't look good for him. BL goes down to AKA, and so now suddenly working in silence. They might have felt in control then, but now not so much. But Solds is really putting a stop to AKA's push.
Yeah, this is great. This is really good from Solds. He buys a little bit of time. Remember, working in silence, it's only Solds left standing, so he needs to win all of these fights as he doubles down on the shields before he can get Ruben back on his feet. That nade deals with another one of those shields as it looks like Jube might be tempted to go for the red, but instead a reposition is what's been called for. Working in silence, my pick to win this map. Not in a great spot anymore, but Souls will step on up and find another knock as he's one-man armying it now for his side. No nades, no smokes, no blue zones, and he's got Typhon pushing on the other side, but maybe the push will just buy him a little bit of time here, Cammy, as this kill onto Jube is stolen away.
Hiding between the two shields. One of them is a lot more banged up than the other, but he's trying to thread the needle between the pressure of Typhon and AKA, and the hope is always that they're going to run into each other first, but the molly, the stack, is going to try and burn Souls alive, gets out of it in time, and gets the first aid kit. Spots Tony, spots Psycho, and here come the grenades. I think this might be it for Souls. A nice bounce away, blocks one of them, but yeah, Psycho's going to peek over. Finish it. Top 4 confirmed. LG, potentially dangerous, AKA, and Typhon. So it looked really bad for Typhon for a brief moment, but with AKA taking working in silence out, suddenly they have a lot more room to play with, but still they only have 2 of them left standing.
Yeah, it's really disappointing there for working in silence, but when you get caught in between 2 teams, that usually is the end result. Still a nice point haul for them, though, as they're on 33 after what will be 4 maps on the night. But as you said, Typhon, they're climbing that leaderboard. AKA, though, different things on their mind. And the thing about it is, while all this is going on, right, misclick, Cammy, maybe?
Not sure.
Either way,
not quite sure.
Either way, it could have went really bad really quickly.
Right. Looking for it. AKA are just pushing forward. They know that they have Typhon on the ropes, so they're taking this bit by bit. They can't rush it because they don't know what tree or now suddenly what pyramid Typhon could be hiding behind. And you always have to you always got to play around your opponents having the same third-person camera vision that you do, which is obvious when you say it, but it's not something that comes naturally to people that play these games. And so you have to be looking at the terrain in front of you and imagining, okay, if someone is behind there, can they see me? If someone is behind there, can they see me? Like, where can I be spotted from, even if I can't see them? And just because no information has been found, Nanu and the rest of AKA, they back away. They know that Typhon are going to have to push through them, or rather push through an avenue that they can spot to make it into the zone. So all they can do now is just wait.
I want to see how LG approach this one. Bizzler as the Panzer, you'd imagine that he would be the front line of this offense as the smoke wall begins to go out. If you're potentially dangerous and you got some mollies or anything you can throw into that mix, you want to do it as the smoke grenade launcher will be used to smoke off one of the windows, taking away some targets, but Snakers will take a lot of damage as he begins to make the move on in. Box will make it across. Next up is Gats and the Bizzlers, and everybody from Luminosity have made the first phase of this push. The nade is just a second too late. LG already crossed the precipice, and now as you look, Gabri and Infinite, the two players inside. Now, Cammy, this is what we spoke about earlier. This is where, if you're potentially dangerous, you might start thinking about playing in first-person perspective, because that's where you get the real benefits in fights like this.
Yeah. Not Mario. That was a really great angle for him to hold and at least try and feed some information over, but Luminosity Gamer are now inside the house. They're inside the structure, and they have multiple Panzerfausts at the ready. Typhon do push in towards AKA. The blue is forcing this engagement to happen. A couple of stuns that were being played, but no knock for either of these face-offs yet. Then it does go down to Psycho. And Vox is just eyeing for a chance to let that Panzerfaust rip.
Yeah, Dartek, though, playing this really passive AK. They've got 8 kills. You've got the high ground. I'd like to see more aggression, but Tony will get that knock on the Dartek. Gladiator, he was kind of the hero of the last map. Picked up some extra points for his team, but it ain't going to happen this time. Typhon wipe out AKA, and now it's a 4v3v2. Vox, as you said, he's got that ripped and ready. All he wants is a window. All he needs to know is which room Murillo is in, and that Panzer will be sent right on in there with a first-class FedEx delivery.
Oh, the footsteps from the players immediately above them are going to give some information away. In fact, a grenade was already prepped to try and send it towards the top floor. Doesn't find a knock. So Luminosity Gaming, they're no further towards having a signal to push towards the high ground. But while all this is happening, the two remaining players from Typhon, they are now just overlooking this entire fight. There's no cover in the center, and Psycho does go down for that exact reason. So what looked, at least looking at the map, what looked like potentially an advantage is still not much of one, as now it's all down to Tony. And Tony's been pulling some really good shots off this round specifically, but I don't see a world that he's able to make it to this fence that is not even any cover at all before going down.
Yeah, Tony usually does a good job, but Cammy, I think it might be time to say goodbye to Tony, and that's exactly what happens inside the blue. So it's a 4v3 for the win. LG have secured the ground floor, but Murillo will get that knock on the Vox, whose Panzer ain't going to hit pay dirt. So all of a sudden it's a 3v3 as the Bizzler will step over with some offensive utility of his own. Player up above the shotgun, though it's not going to do any damage, and now Bizzler, he's got to time this right. Vox down, Murillo down, Gabri down as the Panzer hits exactly on its target. It is all down to Infinite. He jumps on out. He's got a shotgun. It's a little dance of death. But Cammy, LG, win for them. 14 points. Maybe not as many as they would have liked, but a win's a win.
I think Typhon actually beat them in total points with 10 kills and 5 points for third place. So still, but regardless, yeah, a good win for Luminosity, a good chicken dinner for Luminosity to at least make sure that they can get those points. Because all the other fighting wasn't really available to them. Their standoff with potentially dangerous, and just the fact that, again, so much of the fighting was happening away from the compounds once the status quo in test track got set. But hey, Godspeed, listen, a win's a win, right? We can't knock it too much, can we?
No, a win is a win, and I think it was either you or Gibson that were saying that LG is going to do really well on this map, so kudos to you for making that prediction. But again, for me, man, AKA, this is the second time they have not gone out early, and this is the second time that they've managed to find themselves in the end game. So good consistency from them, as long as they just don't get Panzer camped in their first rotation.
Yeah, so there was a bit of sort of a repeat of points. A lot of teams were towards the top of the leaderboard a couple of rounds in the beginning of tonight, but things are starting to get mixed up, so I'm curious to see what the overall leaderboard is gonna look like. I imagine Falcons are still going to be okay, that's sorry. Okay, I jumped the gun there. This is the match leaderboard first. Calm down, Cameron. Get it together. 15 points for Typhon, 14 for Luminosity, and yeah, Godspeed's favorite team of all time, aka with 12 in third place here. No? Am I too much? Too far?
No, you're right. You're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you.
You have a tattoo on your lower back of that logo, right?
I was hoping you would keep that off of broadcast, but you know it's
my
out
bad.
there now.
My bad. I'm sorry. It was told to me in in confidence. But Gibson, after just seeing that game and with some of the fighting that was happening towards the north, trying to stay away from Test Track, and Team Casino being one of the teams involved, do we think that this is the sign that they're sort of getting used to it? We've talked about the jump up from casual play, even ranked play, into competitive play. Like, this is a really, really major turnaround, and Team Casino aren't exactly nobodies when it comes to competitive play, but maybe getting those couple of kills, do we think it's them kind of getting more used to it, and we're going to start to see more of them, not just tonight, but through the rest of the weekend?
I think they got unlucky. They could have got a lot more points if it wasn't for the timing of some of those pushes. Again, you're missing your best player. It's not going to help. Like, Loicha was a big reason they got through. Another thing they did really well last week was have all 4 players up and alive, or at least 3 players up and alive in those top 5, top 6s. I'm not seeing any of that today, and you got to add the caveat, right? Last week when they had a lot of success, the likes of Falcons weren't in the lobby, Liquid weren't in the lobby, El Proyecto weren't there. Like, I don't want to say it was an easier lobby, but there was certainly not as many big names in the lobby last weekend.
So here it is, the total leaderboard. Falcons are still in first, despite their Tego and Rondo not looking nearly as attractive as their Miramars. El Proyecto still in second, Working on Silence still in third, but Typhon up in fifth, Luminosity now up in sixth, and Alcadzia, well, the win from the previous map, keeping them up in 7th place. But the sort of the haves and the have-nots, as usual this far into a competition, even though it's still only 4 maps, but compared to 1 or 2 maps on the leaderboard, the haves and have-nots are getting a little less obvious on who is quote-unquote running away with it. Right, Godspeed?
I would agree. Yeah, I don't think anyone has run away with it yet. I mean, even for a team like Casito, which I don't think necessarily it's the perspective switch that's hurting them. I get it. I think the lobby is just innately strong, but I feel like there's going to be adaptations going through. And again, like the one thing that I really didn't factor in, even watching, you know, some of the cups, is that you got to save grenades for those shields at the end, right? Those things are actually so devastating. We saw exactly how much work Souls was able to do just by sitting behind a shielded open cover. And by the way, Souls is just PAS, and now coming into this has just been, I feel like he's just getting better and better, and that's a dangerous thing to be facing on the other side. So yeah, there's so many little things that we're just learning just by watching these players adapt. That's it's been really fun so far. It's been a fun process.
It has. I have to call them out, though. I have to call them out. They're on the right side of the leaderboard.
Just do
one
it.
Map,
I know. I already know.
1 map, fine. 2 maps, okay. 4 maps, I gotta see something. Team Liquid, what's up?
There
this was the best team in the world last year, and I don't care if it's first person or third person. The game is similar enough that I'm shocked. I'm surprised that we're seeing them struggle where they are. They could easily turn this around. As far as we know, they're going to get back-to-backs on Erangel. They're certainly a team that has the caliber to be able to do that. It's just surprising that they're struggling so far still. I don't know, Gibson, if this is... I mean, I highly doubt it's any sort of a mental issue with the heartbreak of PAS, but I certainly expected more.
I think you could be... It'd be wrong if you do not expect more from a team like this. Like, I think we all agree. We all expect Liquid to be competing to win every single event they're in. But it's day 1. It's 4 maps. You said it yourself. Yeah. If they get a 10 kill win, they're up like in the high 30 points. They're only a couple of points off of Falcons again. So even though we're saying they're on the wrong side of the leaderboard, it's day 1. 1 map can change everything, and it is a map that historically Liquid love to play on.
Going into Erangel now, again, for expectations of what we expect to see from these teams, third person on Erangel, what's that going to look like, Godspeed? Is there anything that Erangel is going to bring into the mix that we haven't seen so far today on Miramar, on Rondo, on Tego?
I don't necessarily think this map, there's anything map specific that is going to be like abusable in perspective switch, because we've already seen a lot of the high ground, low ground on Miramar. We saw it on Tego just now. On Rondo, we even got to see somewhat, I say a city ending, but realistically it was just like the edge of test track, right? But we got to see a little bit of that as well. So I don't think Erangel is going to really offer that much more or less as far as the perspective switch. But again, you know, you said it, historically, Liquid have been very good on Erangel. Also want to point out that, remember, Falcons had a really poor day one PAS, and they brought it back.
That's
so
true.
I myself am not worried about Liquid at all.
No, I'm not worried. It's just surprising, and you want to see them turn it around. And with the playing path this far south, we could see even more hot drops come into play. So Gibson, I want to get your words in before if potentially we do have to kick you off early. Or we get in phase one split with the straight, because this playing path, this is teasing a melee base or something messed up like that.
Yeah, you're thinking melee base, you got it like a quarry. Melee or quarry is probably where this is going to go, and you're seeing teams take alternate drops already, like Team Liquid, known for playing in George. They've gone for their alt drop on Melee Island. That's where they're going to play. Al-Qudsiya, they normally drop a little, you know, where 55 are right now. They've gone to Lipovka. But yeah, I'm going to say it. I think it's going to be a Melee or like a Primo Quarry circle.
Godspeed, we agree. We're not seeing
No,
any
I
hot
think
drops.
it's going Melted Power. It's going to split
Godspeed,
Melted
you're
Power
so
Nova.
right.
Oh, wow. Holy.
Godspeed.
Oh, my.
No,
That's
that
crazy.
that does not count. Judges say not
That's
accepted
crazy.
of an answer.
Well, that's like your opinion, man. You know, I think it counts. But this is a
Listen,
disgusting.
I'm just told what the producers tell me, okay?
I don't even want to talk about the producers right now. Okay, I got a bone to pick. I also just got it in my ear that they've shut you down. Yep.
Wait,
So
no, but
you-
but my producer has seniority over your producer. So
Okay. Well, whoever's producer is right. Regardless, this circle is kind of buns. It's straight buns.
It is. I mean, Gibson, did we see a circle like this? Like, again, we got to throw it back to like what we saw in the Players Cup. That's really all that we have to go back on, right? Did
I'm
we
gonna
see a
stop
circle
you
like
here.
this here?
I'm gonna stop you here. Production's told me to shut both of you down. This is my show now. You both are to leave, and then
Sweet.
nobody's gonna
All
cast.
right.
No.
Have a good one,
no.
guys.
Calm down.
I'm out of here.
Listen. My producer was told by his producer, their producer, that your producer is getting shut down. So I think we're gonna have to ask you to leave for that attempt at a mutiny. So Gibson, you're out of here.
Bye.
I'll see you in a bit.
Oh,
He
way
gets
to
put
handle that.
into timeout for one map.
Was actually very impressive the way you handled that situation. Almost as impressive as some of these teams having to rotate in late. You can see currently that Al-Qudsiya is holding off onto the northeast, that Lipovka line, and then you have actually a few teams already set in this circle. But I'm really looking at Team Liquid, as you were stating, and what it takes to see that if what it takes doesn't cross that eastern bridge early, they're actually going to set up a camp here. But currently Roth is looking for a nice juicy target here. If he can just land, that's a really awkward angle though. The top of the roof
Yeah.
also blocking shots, so don't blame him.
Yeah, I do blame for not hitting the shots when he first got in the car, though. Should have had the lock on that, but
what?
thankfully the rest of the team is there. And
Oh no.
okay, well, the self knock from H11, but they were going to get the kill anyway. So at least the rest of Al-Qudsiya
Were
were there
they?
to follow up on what Roth started.
I'm not quite sure, but
No?
definitely not an ideal situation. I'm not sure. I mean, we caught it late, but yeah, he was low.
Fair.
I don't even know if the other members of his team had weapons, but either way, it's going to be an early point. And yeah, it looks like what it takes is actually going to cross early, which I think is it's a smart move, because if they realistically wanted to camp the bridge, it's better to do it on the other side anyways. Plus, we get to look at that beautiful 8th anniversary paint job, so I'm with it.
So gorgeous. I know it's not the first time that we've seen PUBG use the nice royal blue as like the main theme color for an
It is
event,
not.
but I don't get sick of it. It's so gorgeous.
Yep. PGC, we had one of those as well with the outfits, if all of you remember. I'm sure some of you have those. It's 55, just finding a good position to play here. Just happened to be one player down.
Would you give up a teammate for a position like this in phase one? Depends
For
on the
me
teammate,
personally, that's toxic. For me personally, no. I'd much rather have all 4 alive and fight. But I mean, if it's like, now if this was like circle 4 or 5, you know, and it was dead center, that's a different
Right.
story. Circle 1, definitely not worth it, no.
True. Though there is, looking at the circle now with the split water and the military base, there is a high chance that it will continue up towards that position, maybe even a bit towards the east. But a lot of these teams right now are stacked around Melta. What it takes trying to stop Bestia from arriving. 55 on the opposite side with the crossfire between the two green, semi-green squads. But no, Bestia make their way in. They don't lose anyone on the cross through.
Yeah, they happen to make it into Milta proper, which it's been a while now, but Milta has been changed from what it originally was when we talk about perspective switches, FPP, TPP. Yeah, Milta's completely different than it was. I really love the new Milta, especially the south side. There's a lot of cool warehouses and barns to fight in, as well as just more space on the south side. It used to be so clumped down there, so nice to see that. We see a rotation here from potentially Dangerous, who've had some varying degrees of success today.
Yeah. Currently in 12th place, though, so they're going to want to have even more success. I personally can't get into Milta, the new Milta, even with the change. I hated old Milta more, but I don't know, this new one still, it doesn't speak to me. I put my hand on the ground, I put my ear on the ground, and the spirits, they just don't communicate. We're on different wavelengths. We're on different frequencies.
Did you try unmuting your spirit channel? I don't know if that.
Damn it.
That worked for me.
I think it might have been muted still. You're right. I'll go back again.
Just give it another chance. Man, those wizard towers actually look way better than they do without the 8th anniversary. I'll tell you that right now. As Team Quesito, I love their logo, by the way. Yeah, they need to make something happen here. And again, the strength of this lobby is difficult, so I get that, especially with a perspective shift. But again, these guys have a great opportunity to just build on this, right? There's going to be future masters. There's going to be more opportunities. And so even for a team that's currently in last place, even for 55, even for Sam Krismo, by the way, which is a very good team, surprising to see them in 14th. Again, it's all about building consistency. So fixing mistakes, going into day 2. So I'd love to see that from them in these last 2 games as well as tomorrow.
And yeah, and even though learning to play a best of 8 is already different from playing a best of 3 or even just rotating maps.
What is going on?
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. But no, for Team Casino, just to put a sort of a conclusion onto that, learning how to play through an entire best of 18 with the same 16 teams in every single game is a skill in its own.
Agreed.
So
yeah, I absolutely agree.
So I'm hoping that their perspective is on like learning those fundamentals there. They have the fundamentals of PUBG, we know that, but then it's about playing PUBG competitive. It's almost an entirely different skill, but what it takes, they do lose a player, a member of Liquid. Ketter's trying to respond. Grenades go out, but Kurt swinging from the side doesn't spawn Ketter. That's huge.
That's
Kurt
insane.
runs away.
Oh
no.
And what a nade.
What is going on here? What is happening? Liquid, they are just getting decimated. Not really, they only lose 1 player, and Luke does get a second down. It was just a very, very interesting arrival by Ketter. Sneak attack now goes down to potentially Dangerous. It's all on to Marcus. 13, a couple of frag grenades left to try and shut Liquid down, but that's a lot for Marcus to do.
And the timing here for potentially Dangerous is on point. I really like that they were trying to get proactive, especially early in this position, right? They're well within the circle. They're in a spot to potentially grab anyone that would be coming from bridge, but also they don't have to rush this fight. That being said, they still recognize the opportunity and they were able to get a knock off of it. But this has slowed down. As you said, Team Liquid have been able to recover now, and it's really... Onus is on to the last member at 55. See how many points he can get, but Luke is going to get knocked there. Oh, and the jiggle. Just Luke narrowly avoids that bullet. Little Neo action there. Is Kurt trying to use the bolt for you. What do you think of that,
listen,
Cammy?
I appreciate it. I believe in you. I believe in Kurt's supremacy, but unfortunately, Luke doesn't just get knocked. He also gets fully killed and flushed. I am looking at the map on my second monitor, which everyone should do if you have a second monitor available. AKA are joining the area, which may be worried for a moment for potentially Dangerous, but it's actually going to be Liquid that pull away. They don't find value in fighting over that spot anymore, and so instead they're going to take the beach line path and make their own position in Milta.
It's not a bad spot to land either. You do have buildings that you can work up with, as well as ridges, especially with the perspective. They should be able to make better landfall into the actual city itself. Meanwhile, looks like Empire is rotating very far, almost getting too close, and that is the worst thing
It got worse,
you could ask for if you're currently playing in this circle, because that is an egregious shift.
Yeah, it got worse. I don't want to tempt fate and say that it can't get any worse than this. I'm sure it could, but this is pretty bad. Sold! Fantastico and all the rest are working in silence. They are tearing Liquid to shreds. It's all down to Sparking and Alo and one single two-seater coupe vehicle. It's going from bad to worse for Team Liquid. They just can't really seem to get their footing. The beginning of this match, they got that knock against what it takes. Alo gets dropped off. Sparking's going to readjust that vehicle, try and put it in a position to protect the tires as much as it can be protected. But they're probably just going to be hoping that that position stays in the circle for as long as it can be.
I do feel like most teams would have stayed in the position that they originally had, but I know exactly why Kurt and Team Liquid decided to make that move. They just wanted to do it based off the next shift. Right? Yeah. They know that water's in. They know that it's going to favor land eventually, and so they want to get on the side that is going to be favored, which should most likely be the East. And so I get the play. I like the idea behind it. They just happen to get punished for it.
Yeah, and there were some things that you have really no control over. You can path as good as you can, but you don't always have a path that keeps you away from every single possible angle. And if the opposing player hits the shots, well, that's more of a nice shot moment. No unforced error to be considered at all. H-Twin, some shots over towards the rotating AKA team. Kind of rotating in tandem with a couple of other Falcons players, but no, they're able to step right away. I say that Jube has actually popped out. Jube has been left behind. The rest of AKA, well, that's Jube's fight. He took that one. That ain't got nothing to do with us, they're saying to themselves.
Yep, that's... And Jube will go down, but at least 3 of them do make it out. And I will also say for AKA, despite what we spoke about on the desk about them having early woes, their rotations overall, their macro has been pretty solid. So this team is really looking to find their footing currently just in the lobby as a whole, and they've been able to find some success as well, as Pippa now is just going to take some harassment shots over. That's a rock, as they are going to now get on the backside of what is Big Power.
Where even is the best spot to play in this circle? Well, it doesn't matter because teams are just fighting for fighting's sake. The more people you kill, the more teams you eliminate, the fewer threats there are to worry about arguing over the best spot this, best spot that. I'm just going to eliminate you and take you out of the lobby. Haven with a nice couple of kills against Typhon. They crash in onto their position. The stun? I don't know whose stun that was, but Haven does fall away regardless of if it was theirs or not. Carrick takes Posta down. I think now it's a 1 versus 1 with Falcons overlooking this entire thing.
Yeah, Haven was just the most blind he's ever been, but he's going to drop another smoke onto himself. And best position probably goes out to Mini Power or that split between Sam Prismo or the split between LG. Either way, these teams are fighting just on the edge. This isn't even in the circle right now. Is Haven now trying to go in? He's going to find one knock. I don't know if he realized the second member of Typhon jumped out. So that's going to be a nice flash just to clear. Very well played. That was clean as hell from Haven. Well done.
Haven got all 4 kills on that Typhon team. And now with Falcons still overlooking Empire, also towards the southwest, it's going to be difficult for Haven to get out and extend El Proyecto's run this round further. But the circle shift going towards the land, going high, far northwest, earlier than it was forced to, could give some hope for Haven.
Not much hope for what it takes, though, is this is outside of the circle. We're now heading into phase 4. The circle won't chunk too hard, but it's the positioning that I'm worried about, especially on that edge. It's very busy as it is between potentially dangerous as well as another team, which is going to be TQ. Quesito is continuing to have some struggles here in their split.
Gotta be aware of your surroundings. So much easier said than done, however. Especially dangerous. They're quite split out, and another rotate sees a knock against Liquid. Alo goes down, gets confirmed by Vinny. It's all onto Sparking to try and stay alive, and he's got one of the smallest vehicles that has 4 wheels and a tree for cover. That's really not a lot. And, well, not even playing with that. Roth just happens to find it. Liquid go down in 15th place.
I can imagine Roth just poking out, and he's like, "Oh, piece of candy." Sparky was just prone there, waiting to be plucked. And again, another good point here for Alcatia. I mean, 2 points, 4 alive currently, and a strong position. So it is an uptrend for them as we see Empire Gaming doing what I really don't want to say doing what they do best, but I mean, they really have gotten the most amount of points and been the most effective out of the blue. I mean, it just it is what it is.
listen, human beings, we are pattern recognizing creatures, and we recognize that Empire really, really like the blue.
Yeah, I mean, Michael said it himself in an interview, right? That is something that they do plan to continue doing, and as long as it works for them, you know.
Yeah.
Best to them, but currently 13th place.
13th place, yeah, you can argue how well it works.
This is also
for them.
the issue, though, because when we've seen Empire actually put in team fights, I mean, I love all 4 of those players. They're very solid players. So I would much rather see them actually get engaged, because I feel like their chances of winning any gunfight is fairly high. But we'll just see how they do. I'm not going to pick on them.
Yeah, they could be using this first Masters as a way to sort of tease that out and figure out how they want to approach the rest of the year. But, you know, PAS down, depending on how they end this Masters, that's this Masters down. You know, you can't be using every event just to test things out. Frost does get a knock onto one member of AKA, a grenade by Fox gets a knock on another. Nanu is now the last one standing. They went for not a bad dip, not a bad position. It's just, unless you're inside a building, you're gonna get utility bombed, and even buildings aren't super safe in that.
Oh, and you can see LG now starting to make their way towards this fractured AKA. They saw the kill feed, and now you can see Snakers. Happy birthday, by the way. Looking for some birthday frags as he steps over the ridge with his teammate.
Good old age of 23. Can he get 23 kills in this one match? Let's see. It's starting
highly
now.
Unlikely. It's crazy to think that.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say it's so crazy to like watch players like Snakers, Rello, like, you know, all these guys like actually growing up. When we first met them, they were still like 15, 16, you know, 17. Yeah. These were just kids, and now they're some of the best players in the world. So for me, it's awesome to see.
Yeah, it is, and you know, for us, we're older than 23 certainly, and 8 years has been a huge part of our life working in PUBG. So for them, people being younger than us, it's an even higher percentage, which is just wild to think about. But Trisk and the rest of it, fire, they are getting sent on by Empire. Trisk was able to get the knock against Valiate, but Michael's Panzer gets the trade. It's all into Mixtall and Baki. And you can see Falcons in the north, looking at the minimap. They're interested. In fact, they even have an angle onto Finna. The blue zone stacking is going to push Baki out, takes Michael down. With Adam off in the distance, this is a temporary 1 versus 1.
Yeah, the problem for Empire there is that, as you stated, Falcons was getting involved. In fact, they got a knock and a flush onto both Valiant and Finna, but really it's Sam Crow that needs to be wary of his positioning, as he's going to have to throw smokes here. He's dead in the open from that hillside that does come down from Lumber Hill. So Sam Kreesmo with the smokes now trying to set up, and he actually sees Fox. And he's going to land a nice headshot as well to push him back.
He didn't know that was a Lynx, but I was instantly afraid for Sam Crow. He's going to re-peek over, push over that ridgeline, gets taken down by a Gladiator. Vox does steal that with the Lynx, so point goes the way of Luminosity. More and more edge fighting. That is the name of the day, really, this Friday. April 11th, and Trisk takes Adam out. Empire Gaming are eliminated, and there is enough time to get Baki revived again. So after all of that, and only 1 kill, because Falcons did most of the work there as far as damage and point grab, 55 are still able to stay alive.
Yeah, great on Trisk as well to be able to hold that line while he had a teammate down and another one trying to recover. So that was a crucial hold, because you know if they went down there, I mean, Falcons would have been right behind. So for the time being, it also looks like Falcons are going to have to deal with Toyo sitting on their back step. As Capitan trying to put some pressure on, but Falcons doing a good job of actually spreading out and keeping the movement. They're also getting a lot of information. You can see Shrimsy jumping there, trying to calculate and pinpoint exactly where Capitan is throwing this utility from.
Below, Emmy down in the blue. This is not a good feeling for Toyo at all, but it's not like Falcons are sitting super pretty and cute themselves. Then goes down to Tiggleton, gets taken out by the blue, as does Emmy. So it's gonna be the walking wounded no matter what, but Shrimsy just turns on Capitan. It's all on to Pippa. How much can he clutch out of this? He's gonna potentially go for a res onto Benya, but I don't think Falcon's gonna let that happen with the number of stuns that are cresting over this hill. I think it might be done. Yep, that's it. Toyo annihilated by Falcons.
It was a very risky timed first aid. It didn't work out for him, so Falcons will push over and clear that one out. Even without the first aid, that was gonna be a tall order or the last member there of Toyo. So Falcons will still need to move off, though. They're not in. And as you see that shift, actually, that is a very, very open circle. As you also see, just to the northeast, it's going to have to be, I'll see it, it's going to have to move in as well.
55, they haven't had to move out of this compound at all, and they still don't. It's on the edge, so the chances of it staying in once we hit phase 6 is pretty low. But how many kill points can they get? It's getting to the time in the game, the time in the match that a position really needs to start to farm kills. And they have, you know, distance-wise, yep, Sam Crismo, they should be in threat range. Mixall gets the first knock. Vehicle cover, shields, trees. You know, they're not the easiest team to wipe out.
Yeah, but that angle that Mix has is just so gross. I mean, he's able to pin them down. And then even with the smokes, I mean, they just don't have that much vision. And look at this. You can see Roth just really wants to flex out and try to get something going, but working in silence is going to be just below them. It's going to be Beal being the tip of the spear for them. He's going to get the spray, but he's not going to get the knock. Santastico now has to step up to try to support, but no, Beal goes down. What can Santastico do? He sends out the spray, and no, he's going to get low as well. The grenade drops.
On the Souls, pulled out some amazing maneuvers previously. What can he do here as the entire... that grenade didn't hit. All right. Geometry, but there it is. Cowboy does take Souls down, and now rockets are crashing onto Sam Crismo. What is going on? Absolutely insane sight before us, and Kick starts following up on foot, aware of 55's angle, and so they're dropping the smokes, but they're not dropping out of the fight as they're going to keep Baki and the rest of 55 humble. Falcons got shooters too. They can shoot back just as much as they can.
It's going to be interesting to see which one of these teams is going to have to move first off this northern edge. Falcons getting a slightly better foothold when it comes to circle position, but 55 have been here for a while and harassing these teams quite effectively. So circle now post, and Falcons, they get rewarded for that play. It was a risk, but they knew they had to take it. Plus, they kept all three alive. So yeah, good on them. As we look at the southwest, it's going to be Bestia now that has to hold the line between PD, Quesito, as well as LG, and that also is going to be an interesting fight, especially if we see QAD. I mean, they have two options, right? It's either south or north. I don't think there's that much to play on the east side, especially with all the vision. So going directly into their edge may be folly, but I guess we'll have to see. Yeah. 55 has to make the first move though, Cammy.
They do. They gotta get out of here. Hopefully they're looking for a knock on the Falcons, and Falcons might be running out of smokes at this point. But who's to say they did just take out an entirely different team that could be refreshing that utility. Though that smoke's not getting reset yet. Doesn't mean they don't have them. It just means that they choose to not use them now. As we head eyes back on Milta. Yes, Luminosity going to this position. This was the spot that Alcudzia, my guess is this is where they also would want to go. Whether they arrive now on top of Luminosity if they want to take this fight. I think that might still be the best play, because you're right. There's really not many other places to position up on, but Robert doesn't take the shot. They know that Robert and Roger, they have to cross this road. They can't take a fight or else it's going to be bad news for them.
Bad news indeed. Although 55 managed to, as I say that, of course, I had to open my big stupid mouth as Trisk is going to get picked up out of that car. It's going to be a point going the way of the Falcons. I thought that ridge looked way better for this perspective, but I guess I was just straight wrong. Is QAD now opting to just play their corner edge, and looks like they found something.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not. They should be able to get a couple of placement points at the very least. Hman does get revived for Falcons. 10 kills on the board for them so far. They're looking to challenge the record of the day, which is a 16 kill win that El Proyecto started the day off with. But there were enough victims left in the Battlegrounds for them to hit that, if not more, with the win. We'll see if they can do it or not. Potentially dangerous now, pushing in towards Bestia. This is an opening for El Casito, but DraftKings with a really nice grenade. Robert got the knock, but DraftKings got the kill point.
The unluckiness of the timing for that knock to go out with the perfect nade to follow up. Two separate teams working together is infinite. But the M249 is going to find Vinny and get the point as well. And so this is what Bestia had to worry about. And again, it is so claustrophobic fighting in these buildings if you are using TPP, which is why we have seen a lot of players opt to go FPP as LG. It's going to be Gats. Forget LG, he's going to do it by himself. He's going to get rid of the rest of Casito.
Yeah, with 6 kills, you can see on the left side, Luminosity are currently in 3rd place. So a really good turnaround of what looked to be a really poor start to the day. DraftKings now keeping the pressure on what looks to be the last member remaining for potentially dangerous. And the circle goes towards the east, the southeast. It favors Alcudia, but I think Luminosity, they're the team to watch to win this game. Are they going to be the first team to get 2 wins on the night?
They're going to have to deal with a lot less than the other teams here in the north. As you can see, 55 Falcons both have to make their way in, and they are the focus of each other's eye on top of everyone else in the lobby that has an angle on them. LG definitely going to be one of those. Is now Bestia is going to make their way in, and I don't know how many. I mean, you have 5 smokes on the side of Mime. You also have 4 first aids, so healthy nonetheless. Vest could be a little better, but these vehicles, this one's just missing a tire. These will be solid. If they can get these into the circle without exposing themselves to the back angle of LG, that's going to be great. But again, the problem is just that LG's position, yeah, it's so daunting on top of where you already see QAD.
Silson tried to leave, just thought better of it. Says, you know what? It's dangerous out there. It's scary. No,
you have to wonder if the play is to just wrap on the south side and try to get as close to LG as possible. I mean, this is a salvage game at this point, right? They've done well. They have 4 kills. They made it into the top 5. But I don't know how much more they can get. As I say that, DraftKings is going to find another one. So
I think DraftKings was there to set the smokes, and then now Silson is arriving. It looks like they really want to keep that vehicle, but mostly as a form of cover. DraftKings goes down. Now it's all going to be onto Silson. Are they at that tree? Can they use that cover to get the revive? And Falcons use this opportunity to push on in, and they crash on top of Alcudia. Oh! H-Win does go down again, but Trimsy gets Cowboy, and that vehicle is about to go up in flames. And Trimsy, no helmet, no hat, taking the fight against D.
Perfect cover though, Cammy. Look at that. Now all he has to do is prone out and try to get healed. His issue is going to come from the backside though. LG are looking for that angle, and fortunately though for Falcons, it looks like Cammy, they're still laser focused on a Bestia.
Bestia got the revive, and they even have a crate to use, not just for gear but also for cover. Kickstart goes down to D. Stolen by DraftKings, but 7 kills for Luminosity. Yeah, this is their game to lose at this point. 4v1v1v2. It's gonna have to be a big mistake, especially now it's Trimsy taken out by a nice grenade by Gats. It's gonna have to be a huge mistake for Luminosity to not put this one through.
Shift towards the south now, just looking for angles as we see clean 360s coming out from DraftKings, and he's gonna make it to the vehicle. The fact that Bestia is still just trucking through this game with all the hurdles they've had to deal with is impressive, to say the least. There's still 2 members, but this is a 4v1v2, and realistically LG now are just taking their time as they should. There's no reason to rush this. They know the number advantage is clearly in their favor. It's really about what they're gonna give up.
Yeah. Take it slow. Don't force it. They have the game virtually in the bag. If they were to try and act like they've already won, that would be the throw. Them just running out, trying to overwhelm Bestia. That would give D the opportunity to shoot them in the back and just completely upset everything. So I think they're playing it right. But that southern position with the high ground is not in the zone. So they do need to take some proactive measures, but just keep it close to the chest. Make sure that they don't do more than they absolutely have to. Silson looks to have an angle towards D, or is at least sending shots that way. Snakers with a great spray at that range to take DraftKings down.
Oh no, and the Panzer is out. He has a fairly good idea of where the last member would be, and he nails the shot right on the side of that 8th anniversary crate. It's gonna be enough to take him down, and now it's just a potentially, more than likely, anticlimactic finish here as LG, P90 and all, are just going to absolutely take care of business and win an 11 kill game. Very well played from LG.
Wait, did Vox get the final kill with this vehicle after he was shot out of it?
I think so, yeah.
That's awesome. That is awesome. But listen, congratulations, Luminosity. If I'm not mistaken, they are the first team to get more than one chicken dinner on the night, but not the only team to really impress us. I mean, Gibson Falcons themselves also had 12 kills in their very chaotic run, but it is the back-to-back on Luminosity. They started slow, but your dark horse pick, they are coming in hot to finish the day.
I watched them that whole game. They rotated way on over to that eastern coast and played their game in from that point. You know, they played that game so similar to the old Luminosity roster. We used to play games where you get yourself a really good compound and the kills come to you. And they managed to do it well. Look, I said it at the start of the show. I think that this team is a team that'll be really disappointed that they didn't qualify to the international events. Like, their final day shows you how good they can be. They openly said they trolled. They're taking this as an opportunity to really build their year the right way. And it's just because, you know, they're hanging and they're not pulling any punches in a lobby like this. Like, I think this team has a real shot of not only winning this Masters, but really competing at all the Masters to come over the course of this year.
Yeah, I mean, Godspeed, do we want to really look into it that far, judging from what they've shown today? Is that like a fair assessment that this could be arguably, they could be primed to take over the third person scene in Americas?
I mean, if what Gibson is saying is true, and there's no reason for it not to be, I could definitely see where they felt like they underperformed in PAS, and now they really want to make a case, regardless of the perspective, that they are a very strong team, right? Because they are LG, and they want to make sure that they're not only doing the org right, but just themselves. There's so much experience on that team, both international and regional, so I think it's too soon to say that they're going to absolutely dominate, you know, the rest of Masters. That being said, I do think it's very possible, and I think for that roster, as long as they keep going with the same trajectory, even in just this first day of Masters play, then yeah, they absolutely could be one of the best, and they probably should be.
Yeah, to take over the Americas region, you got to take over this first Masters, and to do that, they still have to overtake Team Falcons, who, with 58 points, 9-point gap between them and Luminosity, are still pretty solidly in the lead. They've been in the mix for, I think, almost every single round. There might have been one game that they got about 4 points, the Falcons, but otherwise, it seems just they're back in. What we saw on the first day of PAS, that's long ago. They are back to the Falcons that we know and love and really come to expect. Not quite the dominating force that they are going to be, the shoe-in to win everything, because again, they didn't even win PAS, but like, they're always going to be in the conversation. They're going to be a really major force of nature, Gibson.
Yeah, I think so. Like, Falcons are inevitable, right? They've always been in and around the mix, whether it's FPP, whether it's TPP. They've got, arguably, you know, a lot of people will say they've got the best coach in PUBG right now. Like, Gunnar knows what he's doing. He's elevated every player on the team. You know, they won internationally last year. They have a history of doing pretty well in international events. I think that you're just looking at the best team in America do what they do best. And even when the circle's against them, they put up big kills. Like, look, 22 placement points, 36 kills. The closest to them is the team that won PAS and El Proyecto. Like, you can never rule out Falcons from fragging their way to a tournament win.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stats from the previous events from the PUBG's Player Cup. And Falcons only played in one because they qualified in the first one. They decided that they didn't need to play in the second. You're allowed to play if you're already qualified, but you know, if you don't need to, you don't have to. And so Falcons chose to sit the second one out. But in the first one, they only got, I believe it was third or fourth place with 70 points. But Kickstart topped the leaderboard in terms of rating. When I say rating, we're talking about Twire rating. That's not officially sanctified by Krafton, but it is not a bad metric. But at 18 kills, tied with Luke with 18 kills, and then Shrimzy third place in the overall rating with 14 kills. So Falcons, despite getting fourth place, they were in the mix. They know how to get the kill points. Placement points are, I'm not going to say secondary to them, but the mark of a good team is if you know how to get the kill points, regardless of where you are in the zone, right, Godspeed?
Yeah, 100%. And again, just the system that's in place at Falcons because of, Owen, because of the work that they put in. That's why we've been able to see Kickstart return to form. Really, once he joined that team, starting to get back to where he was, the disgusting fragger that he is. And he's thriving on that team, and that team is thriving. That being said, I wanted to ask you a question, Cam. What do you think is happening to Liquid? Because you were the one that brought them up in the first place. And then after watching or casting that game with me in that fight, and the rotation, where's your head at with Liquid?
I think they're the best way that I can identify it. And listen, I'm on a completely different plane of existence of Liquid, or honestly, any of the players in the lobby right now. But if I had to guess, it looks like they got frustrated early on. Things didn't go their way, and they are struggling to reset their mental. They are making some moves that to me read as tilt. Whether that is tilt or not, we'll have to leave it up to them to confirm or deny that. But that's strange though, because Liquid is a team that is kind of known for having really, really strong mental. So it's kind of odd, but I don't know, Gibson. Like, does anything stand out to you?
I'm getting 2023 vibes where they're getting zone Tefloned again. Like, the zone never goes their way. I know when you drop in like places like George, you're not as likely to get it as other places, but that last game, the flight path, they go to their all drop in Millie Island, where you'd assume that's where the zone goes. No, it jumps back up to multiplier. Like, it feels like everything is contriving against them, and they just need a simple game to get up and running again. Like, I don't think it's tilt, but I certainly do think there's an element of, oh no, not all this again. But it's Team Liquid. They can turn things around in the blink of an eye. Like, Sparking is the best South American player in the world, so just give him a chance.
No, absolutely. I would not be surprised if they're able to come out and get a win here on this map. I was going to say the plane path is looking good for them, but the circle really desperately wants to make our and these players' lives miserable. And we have, off of this plane path of all plane paths, a split phase 1. But there are some hot drops here. We have some action happening in Razak. H11 Jr. is staring off Al-Qudsiya again. Don't know why they're trying to get back into this. And H11 goes down. I'm looking at the map, Godspeed. The rest of 55 are nowhere near this. Why is he committing to this fight again?
That is such a good question for you to ask.
There is another player here.
There's two.
Mixtall is also here. Wait. But the other two are so far away. This is weird.
It's a little weird as we see a Canton sight now as the only form of optic that Mixtall has to his use. But the real issue is not the optics. He does not have a vest or helmet, which means that any one of these early engagements is a massive risk. Yeah. So you can see the nice little crouch jump tech that still is in the game. Please don't take that out.
Well, with the glass breaking, kind of pulls some attention back here. But Gibson, while we watch this fight carry through, any final words as Mixtall is about to get pushed up these steps? Gibson, play-by-play this on your way out.
Oh, you want me to play this on the way out? I'm going to do exactly what Mixtail is going to do, and I'm going to dip back to the lobby.
Good one. That was unfortunate, but very, very true, as Mixtall is out. So yeah, it's going to be 2 members down for 55. But also, just to touch on the Liquid thing, I don't think it's tilt at all. I mean, I feel like it's almost impossible to tilt those guys. I've been with Kurt around him since the beginning. He does obviously get tilted, but I mean, the way that they reset is almost second to none. So I just think it's some rough circles, again, adjusting here. I think they'll be fine.
Just classic unlucky.
I'm kind of chalking it up to the unlucky. Maybe they could have stayed in that last game before going for that rotation, but that to me seemed like hey, this is probably a game-winning play if we can find something, and they just didn't happen to find anything. But AKA, on the other hand, this is a team that's rotating very well so far, at least in the last 4 games, that have found some points.
Is H-Win setting up a shot? What's Kickstart doing? It looked like he was about to be in a fight, hiding behind some cover with the ducking and all, but no, they're just looting. Are they setting up a bridge camp here? This isn't where they drop. I mean, it's close to the center of the zone. That movement just looks odd to me. I wonder if there's some sort of scheming in play.
It seems very schemish. So I'm also curious as to what nefarious plans they have in the works. As Sam Kreismo is going to rotate not too close by QAD. They're going to be going up towards the north to either pick someone up or finish off looting. They're going to be in Lipovka. Sam Crow was just looting lumber, and still, yeah, this circle, there's nobody on melee base. I mean, no one has even opted to try to rotate on it if they need to, but look for that in case this does just shift north off this next phase.
Yeah. I could see a team like looks like at what it takes close towards Zarki or Empire up towards Severny. I could see them pick-upping to Sosnovka, coming in super late. Speaking of late, Shrimsy is leaving Pachinki late. Surprised, or not surprised, but just very scary that potentially dangerous is right there. Not spotting Shrimsy out. He's having to run on foot. Not sure why he's leaving so late behind the rest of Falcons. Oh, he doesn't have a vehicle. Has to just run the whole way. That's scary. Okay, it looks like there's a pickup on the way. As we have our eyes onto Alcudzia in the Povka, and then 55 also driving in not far from there, but even worse than last game, Godspeed. They are now 2 down.
Yeah. They lost 2 members very early in that fight with AQ, and yeah, the positioning was just weird on me. I don't know if that was just like a miscommunication as far as jump, but it was, or maybe they just didn't think that split would be there, so it was occupied. As yeah, starting with 2 down. 55, not the best day, but again, 2 more in the books, but still 2 players left in game 6 here. Is LG 2 games back to back, and they are rotating well within circle. They're going to be going just towards Death Road. We'll see if they stop up there.
Sam Charisma rotating close to them. Sam Crow specifically going virtually parallel. LG look like they stop a little short. I don't know if that's because they heard the vehicle of Sam Crow, but it also looks like that was a cut engine, as that UAZ does stop. But no, LG, they're just going to stay in the new compound. And now working in silence, going along the coastline. One of the new upgraded ferry piers. Stills in backing away. Big wide hold from Bestia, just looking at the map. But not really a lot of engagements. I say that right when Sparking lets it rip and actually funnels the rotation into the rest of Liquid.
Oh, no
one as the, hey, he got the 2, okay? That's all that matters.
I'm not even faulting Luke for that. That looked so weird just for him to be able to aim and shoot. Alo now has to protect Sparking as he is down. He's going for the heal. Good smoke utility immediately coming out. Again, this is such a well-oiled machine. This team, they are working together. It is just a thing of beauty. Is Keter now with an opportunity to see Alo, but he's not going to shoot. He does not want to give away his position. Hopefully for them, he thinks that maybe he got away.
Looks like Alo is looking for an angle, but Kurt does spot the player out. That's a little bit of damage, but Keter tried to run down the hill. A little bit of a panic. Caught between a rock and a hard place, being Luke and Kurt. And so that's another kill now. And then Marcus, once again, the last one standing for what it takes. And this time, not even in the zone. Has to salvage by coming in very late.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the hurting was just beautiful. You saw Sparking's position, right? You saw the way that they kind of split that hill. So that was very well executed. As Maximus Decimus Aurelius himself, Gladiator's just going to find an easy knock as Tony now is going to look for the counterplay.
What can Tony do this game? Carrick goes for the revive. Grenade does get tossed up and over. That almost takes Carrick down, but it does confirm Kawazine. Yeah, really good frag grenade.
From his teammate.
By Nanu. His teammate? Oh, but Tony takes Nanu out. Yeah. Oh, it was? No way.
I kind of baited you, sorry. Oh, listen, Tony, please. Oh, this is so messy. Just go first person.
This is so complicated. Yeah, Tony and Snyko, the last 2 left. They got 1 knock against AKA. Oh, Tony goes out, sees the player on the roof, immediately runs back inside. Daifun really need to make something work here to get out of the small corner that they've kind of just been forced inside. A molly by Gladiator takes Carrick down. This has just gotten really complicated. Typhon, it looks like every single time they go for a move, they just shoved right back in their face, but Psycho's able to find one.
That was a clean pick, especially if you look at the setup that Gladiator has overwatching his teammate. So that was really crucial. And now it's just down to Psycho and Tony. If I'm not mistaken, both of these boys are stuck in a house. Yep, it's really going to be AKA now to take control. They did lose one, so it is a 3-on-2. Still very losable for AKA, but as long as they do this right, especially with the 2 members of Typhon trapped in these houses, I think, yeah, this is going to be very tough for Typhon.
They can get more picks like that, then, you know, maybe something can happen. But I see a kickstart on the minimap. I see a very, very curious lone player. Maybe that hyena can't pick something up. Phase 1 is about to close. And we're going to see if it is going to go down south. And it is! Oh, no, I was kidding.
Goodness.
I was kidding. Oh, man. Game 6 Erangel never changed.
Oh, man. That is... For those playing, disgusting. For us, that's a big juicy circle right there. That is going to cause so much chaos. You can see an emergency pickup coming in for Team Liquid. The timing could not be better, as they were going to take this anyways, but now they're going to be able to at least cruise a couple members towards that melee base and maybe split off, have the other ones drive. I'm not sure, but that could be 2 pickups used for them. It's going to be a beautiful position as Falcons now also realize that they need to start making their move to that cross. Everybody has to cross, Cammy.
Yeah, everyone does. Kickstart kind of missed the opportunity to get a kill there, but doesn't stick around because, as you say, they know they have to make their way towards Military Island. You cannot just force that. You can't have your blinders on. D, first one to cross alongside the, well, no, the squad all cuts here. The first one across the Eastern Bridge. We have the Cheesemen themselves on the west, but they're followed up by AKA Falcons. And then, of course, Typhon not long after them. It's a race towards, I imagine, these central positions on the northern Sosnovka hillsides. But everyone's coming at it from completely different angles. This is like that old school movie rat race. Everyone's just rushing for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's super rare that we see a phase 2 circle shift where not a single team was in the circle. And that's exactly what just happened. And so Luminosity trying to go back, or they were at least looking to rotate towards the bridge, but that got cut off immediately by Empire. So you can see it looks like Snakers is going to go down. Yeah, so they had to think the best of it. They're going to go ahead and split off. You can still see Vox, though, looking to maybe make an impact, take a kill before he starts his rotation. But it does look like Empire is starting to filter out. And so there is still 2 members of 55 near that bridge on the east as well. So watch for that.
Yeah, Empire getting things rolling. 3 kills for them so far. But right now, El Proyecto and potentially Dangerous still in Pachinki. This sounds like, or this looks like, having just arrived to the scene of the engagement, that neither team expected the other one to suddenly be here, and now they're stuck. No one wants to leave to get shot in the back, but the blue is about to overtake them. Liquid, though, coming in from the super far north. That emergency pickup that you identified, I agree. I do think both of them were both for Liquid. And they're now landing in from the sky, getting a nice wide view of the entire playground. Risky to land so separately from each other, but if they can hold on to that space, we'll see if they can't sort of weaponize that and get some really good points this final round of the night.
And Gizera is gonna just go down to the blue. That is not ideal for El Proyecto, as PD is still, again, this is the one thing I will say I have noticed, though. These stalemates do tend to last quite a bit longer with the perspective switch.
Right. Yeah. It's because you never know.
Which comes into play in the blue, right?
Especially, but Krafton with a really nice knock onto Murillo. This could be speeding things up, and Haven with an immediate follow-up onto Gabriel. So, all of a sudden, the fighting has started. And Infinite, though, isn't going to go down without showing El Proyecto what's what. And Haven gets confirmed. So, it's not free for El Proyecto, even if they are able to finish this one out. But that's not even a guarantee. And look how far away from the zone they are, especially with the Phase 3 shift. All the way down south. It removes all of the water, but at least if it were phase 4, it would give teams more time to make their way towards Sosnovka. But nope, you got to go there now. No waiting, no delay. You got to fast track yourself onto the island.
Speaking of the island now, it looks like 55 have made it all the way on the south side, and Empire, just, you mentioned it, they're still camping that eastern bridge looking for LG. As Falcons have set up all the way on the west, waiting for Typhon and anyone who would make it out of Pachinki, and QAD, TQ, and it looks like the rest of Bestia and Working in Silence just comfortably holding until the next shift.
was thinking maybe Toyo would jump out and try and swim. That is risky, but I don't know. I don't know if it's a good idea to go all the way to Novo on that ferry. Not to say they can't jump out before Novo, but just after now. But it's not an immediate straight shot into the zone once they pass this bridge. And Michael's waiting for it. Could actually have a really good line of sight from this catwalk, but doesn't seem to be looking for it yet. Focused on, well, not even looting, just of keeping themselves safe while they try and rotate into the zone. But no one's camping the bottom of the bridge. No one's camping the south side. Empire just don't quite know that.
Yeah, they are waiting a very long time, but the eastern edge for Empire should be mostly free. Team Liquid is there, but they're spread. So if they do go before that split can consolidate, there is a chance that they could take it over. But PD, meanwhile, is still making their way into the circle, and they still are, I mean, not even across a bridge yet, as Psycho is going to get a spray on the Gats, but he's not going to find much.
Now Fox comes up. There's another one. Didn't account for that, Psycho. Good spray. Much better spray on Fox, but now Vinny's going to have the angle. Psycho goes down. Where is Tony? The last one standing. I think Tony is already swimming across, and Psycho takes himself out with a dropped grenade. So unfortunately, Luminosity, they don't even get a point out of that stall. And they're not going to have the distance to cross if they want to take the jump again. Going to have to pull back and try and retake it, or maybe at this point go for the bridge. I don't really know. That actually, I think, disrupted Luminosity more than it looked at first glance.
No, that really actually just put a massive wrench into their plans. A monkey wrench, if you will. Because they still have to cross. I mean, whether they go east or west bridge doesn't matter. They're coming in late in the blue. I can't imagine they have all the meds in the world because they've already been taking this, and they've gotten in multiple gunfights. So armor, vest can't be that healthy either. This is just a disaster game so far for LG as far as positioning. Now, they do still have 3 up, but, you know, this is going to be a challenge. And with this shift now, oh my goodness. Yeah, this is... This is one of those old school melee base circles we used to see where we would favor half the topside hill on the north and then half of barracks. So these ones are really, really fun to watch. If you have the correct positioning, they can be very rewarding because of the amount of kills you can get of all the people trying to rotate in. But if you are on the outside of this, it sucks. I mean, there's no other way to say it. It just sucks.
Yeah, really bad for Kraken. Last player left for El Proyecto, and now Falcons, they're going to get the drop on to potentially dangerous. Only just now arrived from the blue, but they are getting completely shut down. 2 for Kickstart, 1 for Shrimzy. Feels bad, but that's why you got to get into zones faster.
I mean, as clean as you like, though. Kickstart and Shrimzy. I mean, that re-peak again, aided by perspective, just... Not that they couldn't have done that anyways, but yeah, it's just, you're starting to see too as well the skill. Vox gonna go down, the gas station gonna explode, a little Michael Bay action, and he's gone.
I think Vox might have dropped that at the last second to deny.
Probably, yeah.
So even at this point, still playing the leaderboard, still playing the points game, and what is happening here? Empire now crashing in, 3v1, trying to force a fight in the restroom, but that's very, very scary. Only one person can go in at a time. Souls is very low, though. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to take this fight. Doesn't have any time to heal. Pre-fired, expected the push, but no, Adam's going to come out on top, and then Current. Liquid, look at this wide spread. Even with Alo anchoring down towards the south, they are trying to go for a fight. Working in silence, do get eliminated in the meantime. But look at Sparking on the north and back over towards Kraken. There's a lot of fighting everywhere. This is pure chaos. Everyone trying to go into this phase 4 Sosnovka circle.
What is going on here? Kraken coming in late, sure, but what is Marsus doing?
No vehicle.
Oh my god, he has 19 first aids. Dear
wow.
Oh my goodness. Oh man.
Is that enough first aids?
It's enough for now. I mean, he's not, the problem is he's not going to get much time to run, especially after this phase 4 closes. He's going to have to be jamming those into his arm. And the distance he's going to cover isn't going to be great. But, I mean, we'll see. 2 people riding on the back of a bike. That's a risk. Oh, they're just going straight through the kill zone. Another spray from Relo. He's going to find Adam as well. Oh, and a disaster for Empire.
Pure devastation all Alcudia, or almost all Alcudia. We did also see Luminosity go down just a moment before that. So yeah, that temporary stall on the cross ended up doing a lot more damage, just as we thought it would. But where does phase 5 go? It centers up on Bestia. They are in prime position to win this game now, but look towards Liquid, look towards Toyo. Liquid were able to pull all of their forces down towards south, towards Alo's position once Toyo had arrived, and they have a knock. But they really need to make sure that they can get some good points out of this round. 10th place is not where anyone expected Liquid to be, and a nice grenade by Sparking, taking Pippa down. It's a great continuation of this standoff.
Yeah, but the standoff somewhat needs a conclusion soon so that Team Liquid or Toyo, whoever wins this fight, will be able to plan their next move up this hillside, because they do have some trees for cover, but that's fairly open cross, especially with Bestia's position. But Sparky now, he's actually going to get caught in the back. It's Kraken. And Kurt, oh goodness, please. Rare misses from Kurt there, so Kraken will get behind. They're trying to save Sparking here with the smokes. Unfortunately, they did have the launcher, so that's going to be instant.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Luke goes down. Benya gets confirmed by Alo. Kurt's going to go and get the revive onto Sparking. And Luke is in a really, really tough position to get revived, just playing information, calling out the footsteps, and Alo is there in time, just barely able to jump across that wall. Making sure they're not getting pushed. There it is, the push caught out. Alo takes Pippa down. The close range SMG, too powerful for Toyo. And so Liquid are going to be able to stabilize and kickstart down this firing line, spraying with the 4X. Can't
So
get a knock yet. Yeah.
This angle is so disgusting. He's going to retreat back. The blue zone nade will land right in front of Trisk, and that's going to put some pressure on him. This Baki goes back. But don't sleep on that MP5K. I mean, we just saw it. Alo absolutely devastating with that thing up close. The SMGs in this game now are much better than they ever were, so. Minus the J9, that had to be nerfed. That's also a Rondo exclusive, but that thing was gross.
Yeah, it still is.
Oh, I like that gas can. I saw some gas being laid down on the top steps of that barracks.
Yeah. Some Home Alone strategy coming into play.
Home Alone.
This is.
The Home Alone seemed a little less lethal. We'll say that.
You think? Watch it again. Watch it again.
That's actually true. No, he did like. No, you're right. You're right. Fair. I concede.
Those burglars.
I'm just thinking about the iron.
Yeah, exactly. Or the nail in the foot. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Oh goodness. Yeah. No, you're right. I was wrong. I'll admit it.
Yeah.
Either way, QAD though holding a nice portion here. I like this from Roth. He takes that forward position. He makes sure he creates more than enough space for the other 3 members to not only be able to support, but really start to flex out. So this is something that we've seen Roth do plenty of times on teams he's been on before, and doesn't seem like it's going to change here.
No,
and look at that shift.
He's the playmaker. He's a space maker, space creator. But yeah, the shift still favoring Bestia. Medium shift towards the east. There's not that much completely open field-esque space, but there's also not that much hard cover either. It's kind of just a hilltop and a lot of trees.
The good news here for Team Liquid is that they have recovered 4 members up, and as you stated, there really isn't too much cover, but again, with the trees and the perspective, it actually might work out to some degree for Team Liquid as they make this approach, but it's not even Bestia that's really the biggest threat for them. I think it's going to be QAD. If they push down towards the south, I think that's going to be some issues, but it's going to look like Marcis is going to just get one and hopefully get that recovery as they are pushing on that edge, and it looks like QAD did hear that as Falcons now, Cammy, are starting to make their move.
I mean, they've been making a lot of moves. Only 4 kills despite being in quite a lot of engagements. We saw that tear down of potentially dangerous, but they've lost a couple of people since, down to 2 themselves, just making their way through the actual military base proper, trying to avoid those last 2 members of 55. But crossing that road into the Bestia control zone is going to be hard for them and 55 and AKA here. And that's not even taken into consideration, into account the angle that Liquid could also have.
Yeah, I mean, that anchor point for Alo could be strong, especially if they go on the south side of the hill. So agreed. As it looks like Mime is looking for that angle though, Cammy. I mean, he's very aware that the South is a big threat, but QAD also now starting to move in, AKA with an opportunity. Mime looking towards those barracks, and Millie proper. He's going to find at least one knock, give him two. It's actually going to be Vinny.
Shots through the smoke, just hoping that it stays lined up, but two members down for Bestia. All of a sudden, they don't look as much of a dominant force. Final grenade doesn't really land, and Kickstart able to stay alive. 1 HP, just barely alive. But it's all delaying the inevitable. Roth with a double onto Liquid. Alo trades it back, and Sparkin gets another. So it's not all aces for Alcudia as they try and push in from the high ground. Roth gets stolen by Mime as well as D. So all that work that Liquid put in, they still only have those initial 8 kills that they got earlier on.
Yeah, and it's set down to a 2v2. So you can see, nice spray. Who's going to find one? He came late, Cammy, but at least he was able to somewhat even the odds here as he's now looking for the rest of the clump of Team Liquid. And he's going to start getting shot by Bestia, but again, great mechanics there. Immediately pulls out the smoke to give himself cover, Cam.
Oh, I was about to say, Kickstart can try and make his way across the road, but no, can't even really look that direction as he goes down to Vinny. A nice headshot to finish things up. Bestia, they were able to get the revives. Back up to 4. Eyes on Tony. This should be curtains for Typhon here. Laying behind a tree, and the utility by Vinny does do its work. 4v2v2. So, despite a bad look for a couple of seconds there, Bestia are right back into the driver's seat. Spray by Mime. Cowboy and Alcudia eliminated. It's a 4v2 now. What can Liquid do to try and turn their fate?
Well, Liquid do have... I mean, this is a straight 4-on-2, right? So they need to start with Nox. They need to get pressure on there, and they need to find the opening. The problem is I feel like the way Bestia is set up, they're really trying to at least play for trades in their main forward engagement, and then they have the two people set off as anchors. That's going to be an easy knock there for Silzen. It's looking like a 14 kill victory here for Bestia, as long as they find Alo in that sea of smokes, which it looks like
so many grenades.
Yep.
And there it is. One of them was bound to find him. 14 kill victory for Bestia. They weren't on our screen a lot, but I mean, we kept calling it out. Their position was too strong to avoid, too strong to ignore. And they're going to round out our final game of the night with a victory. Gibson, what stood out to you that game?
Yeah.
Liquid finally getting something.
Really easy, sort of just sneaking that low ball question in there.
Yeah, look, Liquid getting things going. You know, second place, plenty of kills on the board. They made that rotate with the E pickup really early. They got so far ahead of the pack with Kurt leading the way. The rest of the team had a second one. So they almost locked all the other teams out of E pickups during that phase as well. And I think they did a really job of just cleaning everything else up around them. But Bestia, they played a phenomenal game, especially in the late game. Like, they were just taking down people for fun. Mime shutting them down from afar. It's great to see.
Yeah, I mean, Bestia, I think they've had a lot of really, really good runs even to get to this point on game number 6. 24 points for them. But also, as you said, Team Liquid, they might have not have gotten the chicken dinner, but they still got 15 points. I think they didn't quite double their total score from the first 5 games with this one round. But regardless, it was still the Liquid that we've expected to see from the very beginning. So even though there's going to be a break before games start again tomorrow, not a bad way to finish the night. Remind yourselves that you still got it in you, right, Godspeed?
Yeah, of course. And they I mean, realistically, they still have, 12 games. So a nice finish, at least, like you're saying, a good little confidence booster, a little morale just going into a fresh day, knowing that, okay, we kind of fixed some of the things that we were having issues with. Let's continue to do that as we move into day 2.
Yeah, well, before we finish the night, we got to see what the total overall leaderboard does look like. It is still Falcons in first place, and actually Luminosity, they fall from second, overtaken by both Bestia and Alcudia. But that gap, Falcons and everyone else, it's Falcons versus the world on this leaderboard. This is starting to look a bit more familiar, Gibson.
Yeah, but it's only 11 points. You could say Falcons on top, but Bestia, one good game turn puts them on top. Alcudia the same, Luminosity, like, it's 11 gaps to points to second, and it's only 15 to fourth. Like, it's not a big gap at all. And when you look at that whole top half of the leaderboard, like Liquid are back in there working in Silence R2. Yes, Falcons, what's that, 11 points on average a game tonight. If they keep that up, there's no catching them. But I think that this is going to run all the way through to Sunday, and I think Bestia and Al-Qudsiya they've got something going in the last couple of maps.
Yeah, it's been odd. There hasn't really been, outside of Team Falcons, a team that has been super consistent throughout all 6 games today. Because El Proyecto started off really strong, and then they kind of fell off. Then Bestia, they've sort of, they've been under the radar, but I think that's kind of Bestia's style. Not that they want to be under the radar, but their style leads to them not being quite so flashy as other teams around them. Al-Qudsiya started off a little slow. Luminosity started off a little slow, and then Team Liquid, of course, they're still in the race, they're still in the mix, but they're quite a far ways back. So we're gonna have to see what happens to them on Saturday. I think that's it for tonight. We got 2 more days of games. We have 12 games still left. We're only 6 down, 12 more. We have the exact same time, the exact same place, Saturday and Sunday. Gibson, do you have any wise words of wisdom for us before we all go to sleep and just dream of more third-person PUBG?
I think the wise words is get some water and get a good night's sleep, and all the cool kids will be watching tomorrow. So if you want to be one of the cool kids, make sure you've tuned in.
Godspeed. You gonna be a cool kid tomorrow?
I don't think. I think so far TPP it's been fun to watch. Initial impressions, even looking at the cups, like it really, it seems fine. It seems fine.
It's absolutely fine. No concern at all.
No, seriously, I'm not even memeing. It seems fine.
No, I know. I agree. Who's memeing? No one's memeing here. Everyone's all serious. No jokes, no joking at all here in the PUBG Players Story. Okay, so that is going to be it for tonight. We're not going to hold you on any longer. Thank you, everyone, for coming with us to check out this new world of PUBG competitive play. We have 12 more games. We have 2 more days of play. So we'll hope to see you again tomorrow and Sunday for the very first PUBG Players Masters Americas. And until then, good night.